got to give ourselves to this struggle until the end. Nothing would be more tragic than to stop at this point in Memphis.
Hold up! Hold up! He gonna get this work! He gonna get this work, nigga! Hold up!
All right. Okay. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check. Let's see what my mic looking like. Some PC. Michael. It's good, loud and clear. Oh, Sunday K. So I like to hear. All right, hold on. Give me a second. I don't want no latency. I need this one. I need this one on point. So give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. 1 second, y'all. I didn't get okay, hold on. Okay, wait. Let me mute this. Okay. That's what I like. It sound clear. It sound good. It sound clear. Okay, so it's your boy Black Atheist Rants back with it. You know what time it is. You know what's going on. But now this, so it's like I was gonna save this live stream. I was gonna save it because I'm like I was, putting it all together. I've been working on it for a minute, and I was gonna save this, but the Christians, they do their thing, don't they? This video that I'm about to show you, it's so damaging. It's bad. It's terrible. I just feel for the Black Christians that's gonna watch it and that's gonna be like, man, that gave me some like relief of my religious conviction. It's this is we doing some damage control here because, man, this video is terrible. When I watched it, I watched it 3 times all the way through, no skipping. I watched it 3 times, y'all, all the way through, and every time I watched it, it was something else that I wasn't even gonna respond to the video. I had no choice because if you look at the notes on my phone, it's like I'm gonna need some storage. There's so many notes, but this white Christian, they all do this, but this one really just stuck out to me because it's new, it's fresh. A lot of videos I've seen on white Christians defending slavery is like years ago. I rarely catch the new ones, but this one I caught it the day it dropped. So basically, you have white apologists, white Christians talking about how Christianity ended slavery. I do not recommend this guy's channel. I'm sure most of us already know this dude. I know him through Michael because I started watching him when I was, started talking to Michael more. He would bring these fucked up people up, and I go watch him for myself. So I started tuning in when I met Michael, because Michael introduced me to like these bullshit apologists. Shout out Michael in the chat. But today's live stream is gonna be a little lengthy. It's gonna be long, but you just gotta bear with me. I do have a PowerPoint presentation. I know. I know it's gonna feel like you in school for a moment, but you just gotta bear with me because there are people who don't know this stuff. So a lot of us, we seasoned veterans, we know a lot of this information, but a lot of people don't. So I said I'm gonna do a PowerPoint slide to go with it. So we're gonna be reacting to this bullshit video, and we're gonna have like actual points on the board that shows the bullshit. So let me do some housekeeping before we get into it. I have two albums dropping on Juneteenth. It's gonna be a surprise. I'm so excited. I put almost everything I had into it. So Juneteenth, be ready. We dropping two albums. I have heavy hitters on both projects. Oh my God, y'all gonna love it. 2 albums coming. The anniversary of the channel, June 23rd. So we're gonna go live and we're gonna party for that. I got some interviews I want to do. I got some guests coming on, and I'm talking about I'm about to roll this thing out. I'm trying to get as many people. I want the family together. I'm trying to get everybody on, trying to like expose y'all to some of my favorite deconstruction channels, atheists, YouTubers, TikTokers, all that. I'm trying to bring as many guests on. I want to have guests on, a whole 9 yards. So we got a lot of that coming. Got the albums coming. Anniversary of the channel coming. I just hit 14,000 on TikTok. I hit 4,000 on Instagram. We just hit 4,000 on YouTube. All this happened in like the same month. So we celebrating all that June 23rd. Man, I got a lot of videos coming. I'm just rolling it out piece by piece. But the housekeeping, man, make sure y'all liking, make sure y'all subscribing, stay tuned in. Music coming, new videos coming, new guests coming. I got it all coming. Okay, we got the housekeeping out the way. Make sure you like this live stream, subscribe to the channel. So we diving into this channel is called Inspiring Philosophy. And the guy that runs the channel, he posts a lot of bullshit. This one is probably my favorite because I get to use him. I get to use this tool for the Lord. I get to use this tool for the Lord and expose the truth to the Black community that might not know it. A lot of us believe in this religion, and we watch the Black Christians. I'm sure they watch these type of videos to make them feel better about being a Christian. No, no way, no how. Let me see who in the chat. Okay, what's up, everybody? Y'all tune in. Make sure y'all like it. Make sure y'all subscribe, leave a comment. Okay, we're gonna get into it. Brace yourself. Okay, I'm gonna pull it up like this right here. Now, now I'm gonna show you this other screen too, but it's gonna be, I'm gonna go back and forth. So it's gonna be like this, and then it's gonna be like that. So I'm gonna be going back and forth. The title of this presentation is Why Christians Need to Stop. And of course, the video we reacting to is how Christianity ended slavery. Now, we about to get into it. Brace yourself. So, Jesus, I gotta watch this. Now, I done watched this video 3 times, so it's I'm gonna try not to get upset when we going through it. So I'm gonna just keep it, keep it cool, but it really get my blood boiling. All right, we're gonna start it. Man, this is a terrible fucking video, but let's go. I want to make sure the sound is up on it. Let me see. I'm gonna play a little bit of it and see if it how it sound.
In the ancient world, slavery was everywhere.
Can y'all hear
It was
that?
considered to be as old.
Can y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? I want to make sure y'all can hear it before I let it play all the way through. Somebody let me know in the chat that y'all can hear the yeah, you can hear it. Say no more. All right, okay. Oh God, Michael. Michael, look. I told Michael this earlier, y'all. I'm just putting him on the big screen for a minute. So Michael had already responded to this video. And now, mind you, I watched this video twice, and then I watched Michael's video, and then I came back and watched it again, and I said, nah, I'm gonna have to respond to this too. So I want y'all to go and make sure, like, if you can, go and watch Michael's breakdown too. It was him and Dr. Kip. I thought they brought up some points that I didn't even know. A lot of the shit they brought up, I didn't even know. So I learned something from watching your video, Michael. And I think everybody, like, if you watch Michael's breakdown and then you watch mine's, it's like you won't miss nothing, because he brought up some shit that I probably won't bring up or didn't think about and didn't even know. And I'm probably gonna bring up some shit that he didn't bring up or he didn't have a chance to bring up. But man, please go watch Michael's video. I'm just putting you on the spot. I seen you in chat. I love you. I appreciate you. You know you my dog. But man, literally, please go watch Michael. Michael is relentless, man. Michael deserves his flowers. I want to make sure people in the atheist community, in the deconstruction space, get their flowers, because nobody, I just want all the atheists to know that we appreciate what they doing. So, man, make sure y'all go watch Michael's video. I'm about to start this over. Some ads probably gonna play. Let's get into it. But make sure y'all go watch Michael's breakdown, please, please. All right, everybody say they can hear it. Let's go.
In the ancient world, slavery was everywhere. It was considered to be as old as humanity itself. No one questioned it. Aristotle said, from the hour of their birth, some are marked out for subjection, others for rule.
So, I know I'm pausing it early. Now, he says that nobody questions slavery. That's historically incorrect. I did some research on this, and I did find, of course, now these instances were not as mainstream as the Christian abolition movement, but there were instances of people, opposing slavery. Then you got to think about it. The people who were enslaved, I'm pretty sure they didn't want to be slaves. I'm pretty sure nobody was like, oh, well, since slavery is so prevalent in antiquity, I want to be a slave too. You got to think about how he's phrasing this. He's phrasing this like everybody practiced slavery. He's flattening it out. That's no nuance, just flat. Everybody practiced slavery. No, everybody didn't. And there have the same way there have always been multiple competing denominations of Christianity. Like, Christianity has never been universal, uniform. It has never been one church. It has always been diverse. That's the same way it is about slavery. Like, yes, and we're gonna get into this because I want y'all to know this. I'm not trying to talk about it as if the ancient world did not practice slavery. That is not a secret. Everybody, everywhere practice slavery. We know that. However, there is nuance, there is context. There has always been an uprising and opposition to it. It's you got to understand that we're comparing the morality and the ethics of us now to these people thousands of years ago that didn't know where the sun went, or like they just had people came up with gods to explain everything. You expect people worshiping rocks or whatever to know the best way to handle so it's like, I'm not saying people didn't have servanthood, indentured servitude, slaves, etc., etc. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, to say that nobody opposed it, nobody was against it, it was cool with everybody, that's historically incorrect. Let's keep going.
Considered it evil, but also said it was a necessary evil. Slavery was just thought of as part of the way the world worked. No one ever fathomed that we could abolish it. Under the old religions, philosophies, and ideologies, there was no end in sight for slavery. But all that changed with the rise of Christianity.
Okay. Now I got it to where I'm supposed to pause right here. Now listen to me. What he's arguing is that prior to the rise of Christianity, nobody thought to oppose slavery. Nobody thought that slavery was indecent or immoral. Nobody thought that. And I want to remind y'all that he talks about these ancient beliefs, these ancient religions, as if Christianity is not on the list of ancient religions, y'all. Remember now, according to Christians themselves, this religion began in the 1st century. Do you know how long? That's 2,000 years ago. So when we bringing up all these old ancient religions that didn't think to abolish slavery, Christianity's on the fucking list because it was right there with the rest of them. This is not something that's new. Christianity been here. They've been praising and worshiping Jesus Christ. And even though, he's talking as if the older religions practice something that the Christians did not practice. No, Christians practice slavery too. In the 1st century, in the 4th century, in the 5th century, whatever, wherever you want to go back from the start of Christianity, Christians practice slavery. The same way he's talking about these old ancient religious practices and belief systems, the same way he's talking about them as if they didn't want to oppose slavery. Nobody could fathom to abolish slavery. Christians didn't either. They did not either. They've been around long as some of these other religions, and they didn't think to do it either. So let's pull up my slide. I want to pull up my slideshow presentation. We're gonna stop right here. Gonna go to the slide, then we're gonna go back to the video. It's not gonna be that long. Just bear with me. Okay. Now, you read the heading. Christians need to stop doing this. What he's doing, they need to stop doing it. You're gonna see why this is the title once we get into it. Okay. No fucking brainer. Slavery did exist in Africa. Like, when people hear me talk, I want y'all to understand that yes, Africans had servants, Africans had servitude, Africans had slaves. Yes, they did. This is not a secret. Nobody's saying Africa was perfect and everybody else was fucked up. No, everybody had slaves, right? Everybody had slaves, right? I got it on the screen for you. Social and economic roles: agriculture, domestic labor, military service, crafting, and mining. Yes, Africans had slaves. I'm trying to get this out the way so when we get into this fuck shit, I don't want to hear no criticism about we just trying to, because I seen some other videos where people is like, black people think that the bad white people came with the slavery. No, nobody's saying that. We know all ancient cultures and civilizations practice slavery. Slavery did exist. However, what I was talking about earlier, that nuance and that context, right? The forms of slavery that existed in Africa. Often slaves could integrate into the owner's family or community. I'm not defending slavery. I'm just trying to show you that all slavery was not chattel slavery. All slaves were not stripped of their identity, owned as literal property, and passed down from generation to generation as an item. Not everybody was that wasn't the universal context of slavery. There is different forms, right? You see what I'm saying? If you look at, and I got this, I got it on my slideshow, but if you look at the different types of slavery, you can see that you really calling certain shit slavery is not even doing it justice, because it's like it kind of when you say slavery, what you thinking about? You probably think about what happened in America. You probably think about what they did to us, or what Europeans did to Africans. And it's like not all slavery was like that. Okay. Again, yes, slavery was widespread, but it did vary, right? That's what I want y'all to know. Yes, Africans did have slaves. Oh, that part. This part wasn't supposed to show yet. All right. So, well, I done pulled it up, so I'm gonna go into it. Okay. A lot of black people don't know this. All you know is, and it's a reason for that. All you know is Christianity, what the white people did, what the Europeans did. Majority of us, because I didn't even know this until I really looked into it. Majority of black people don't know about the trans-Saharan slave trade. Now, remember, slavery or servitude or servanthood, whatever we're gonna call it, yes, that did exist in Africa before the Europeans came. However, when the Arabs showed up, when the Muslims showed up, this is when it started becoming intensified, right? Because you got to think about it. Like race wasn't a thing back then, you know. And so this is when you start to see, quote unquote, like religious based, race based slavery when Arabs come in. So we're gonna go through this for a minute. We're gonna get back to the video once I get to the stopping point on this one. Just hold on for a minute. Okay. All right. So yes, I just gotta clear it up for you. Africans did trade their prisoners of war. Yes, they did. When you hear a lot of people talk about how, well, Africans sold Africans. You got to understand that Africa is not a monolith. Everybody in Africa is not of the same ethnic group, the same tribe, the same culture. Africa is huge. And so when people walk up to you and they say shit like Africans sold Africans, that's the propaganda. That's the racist propaganda. When you got to understand, when the white people came, all they know is them people black and we white. So their rhetoric is, yeah, oh well, shit, the Africans said that, but in actuality, these people were not of the same quote unquote family. There were different groups, different tribes, different ethnicities. Right? There were some, yes, Africans did participate in the slave trade, in the trans-Saharan slave trade. Yes, you're gonna see that. Yes, they did. But you got to understand the context of it. Look at the last point. The Islamic world created the external demand and long distance infrastructure that made the trade possible. Right. So if Arabs not coming and picking up arms and coming to Africa, it's nobody to really like trade with. We would be still doing the whole, integrating to the families. Again, I'm not defending no form of slavery. I'm just giving you the different levels to slavery. You got to understand, like, you ask yourself, why would Africans participate? Look, you know what I'm saying? If there was internal conflict within Africa because everybody's not the same tribe, everybody's not the same ethnic group. Yes, there was conflict, there was tension, there was war. When you win wars, you do obtain prisoners of war, and that's just how the ancient world worked. I'm not saying like Africa's perfect. We did have internal conflict. There was tribal warfare. Yes. And so when you have prisoners of war, when you have quote unquote slaves, you know what I'm saying? You got to understand it would be strategic. It'd make more sense to, sell to the outsider, prevent internal stability. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. If the Muslims coming for slaves, whether you selling them or not, you know what I'm saying? It would, well, shit, I might as well hand over my, my enslaved prisoners of war. I might as well. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to, these motherfucking Muslims over here, they trying to do this and that. I want to keep the peace. It's either, you know what I'm saying, fuck around and have instability inside of, you know what I'm saying, your community, or the lesser of two evils. Nobody's perfect. I'm not defending it. You trade the prisoners of war. That's just what it was. You got to understand, the Muslims, Africa was close, vulnerable, diverse. Again, it was not a monolith. You know what I'm saying? So if you building you an empire and you need slaves, where you gonna go? You're gonna go to where who close, who's vulnerable, who's diverse. Boom. They pick Africa. That's where they went. This is the first stop. As soon as the Muslims started building, or as soon as Islam gets established, boom, that's the first thing they do. Well, now we need some slaves. We trying to take over. We need some slaves. Africa's close. It's huge, vulnerable, diverse. Let's go there. Okay, that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? This is what I was talking about. Like, this is where you start to see race-based or religious-based slavery. Because like Islam forbid, Muslims from enslaving other Muslims. How do you rectify that? This is the same way the Europeans did it. How do you rectify that? Well, we can't enslave each other, so let's go enslave other people, right? This is what happened. And because Muslims are coming over, bringing their religion with them, now you got Africans converting to Islam, so it kind of muddies the water. Like, damn, well, if we saying we can't enslave fellow Muslims and Africans are now converted to Islam, shit. So as you can see, in some cases, they had to enslave Muslims who were Africans versus trying to enslave Muslims who were Arabs. Now they put it. I found the number, but I didn't want to put the number because I felt like maybe that number wasn't going to do justice. And I'm pretty sure the number is higher than the number I found when I was doing research on it. So I put millions. But yes, this slave trade did occur before the Europeans came. A lot of people don't know about this. I'm just bringing it up because a lot of people don't know about it. So if we're going to talk about slavery, we got to talk about slavery, because I don't want you to be opposed to Christianity and not be opposed to Islam. No, I want you to say fuck all Abrahamic religions, because I don't want you to say, well, I can't be no Christian because they did this to my people. And then you go over to Islam not knowing what they did to your people. We, as a people, we can't fuck with no Abrahamic religion. You know what I'm saying? We just can't. And I know, because you hear people talk about how Christianity gets all this hate. What about the Muslims? As you can see, I made sure we attack them first. So it could be, so once we get into this video for real, I don't want to hear nobody bitching about Christians get a whole live stream. We don't never talk about the Muslims. Fuck Islam, fuck Allah, fuck the Quran, fuck Muhammad, fuck the Prophet, fuck the whole religion. The same way we about to get into these Christians, it's the same type of smoke for Muslims. So I purposely started off with the trans-Saharan slave trade, so you can see for yourself those bitches not safe either. Let's get back. Let's get back into the video. I just wanted to bring that to your attention before we start talking about Christians. All right, let's rock. So, okay, up if you forgot, because I was long-winded, up until this point, he's saying that the ancient world could not imagine abolishing slavery. Nobody thought slavery was wrong until Christianity hit the scene. That is what he just said in 40 seconds.
There are two misconceptions people have about the history of slavery. The first is to assume modern sentiments about abolishing it existed in the ancient world, and that is not true. Very few people ever questioned if slavery could be abolished. Kyle Harper said, "The world was inconceivable without slavery. The household and the city, the rich and the poor, the urban and the rural. Slavery was implicated in every aspect of social life."
Now, I want you to, and I noticed this when I was watching Michael live stream. But what this person tends to do is, and I noticed this before Michael said it, but basically, like, he's trying to quote different sources to so you can, so when you watching his video, you can feel the shit he's saying is more credible. But if you read the title of the book, it says slavery in the late Roman world. He's talking about the early periods, reading out of a book that's talking about slavery in the late Roman world. But that's just me. I digress. But again, this is he's setting it up as if nobody thought slavery was wrong. Again, if you do some research on it, you will see, not mainstream, not as large as the late Christian abolition movement, but you do see instances of revolts, people, developing a sense of morality that like makes them oppose slavery. You do see, slavery was not just like, it is what it is for everybody. There were people. Maybe it was small, maybe it wasn't enough to be mainstream, but there was opposition.
Jennifer Glancy says,
what if recording high-quality content, editing like a pro, and streaming like a star was as simple?
Slavery was so basic a structure in the ancient world that challenging it might have seemed as odd as asking why water was wet or ice cold. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus, who had previously been a slave, considered it a wicked practice, but he didn't call for abolition. During this time, people,
because think about it. He just gave you an example of somebody that called it a wicked practice, but he did not call for the abolition of it. But you still see people not agreeing with the practice. That's what I'm trying to show you, that ancient people, everybody didn't agree with the practice. There were places where there was no slavery. We're going to get into that too. But I'm saying, like, if you're going to set the stage like this, then it's like, why don't you, why are you excluding Christians? Christians were a part of this too. So if we gonna say everybody except the Christians, that's historically incorrect. If we gonna say slavery was a thing until Christianity was on the rise, that's historically incorrect. The Christians owned slaves, probably more slaves than everybody else.
The Abbasid Caliphate, a slave revolt occurred called the Zanj Rebellion. No one in the rebellion called for the abolition of slavery. Instead, Ali ibn Muhammad promised the Zanj that if the rebellion was successful, they would get their own slaves. Even as late as 1844, the Muslim governor on an island off the Moroccan coast informed European abolitionists that any ban on slavery would go against their religion of Islam.
And so this is another thing I noticed, that apologists, especially him in this video, what they try to do is try to show you, like, how he made sure to lock in on how Islam, how they say slavery, abolishing slavery would be against their religion. He made sure to insert that into the video. But it's like Christians were on the exact same agenda during this time. During the exact time of this, Christians was enslaving motherfuckers too. Everybody was enslaving people. So if we gonna do this, if we gonna single out the Muslims, I want to like, and see, this is another thing I be trying to get people to understand. If you're gonna make a video about how Christianity ended slavery, why don't know? I have never seen a Christian make a video about how Christianity influenced, ignited, added fuel to slavery. They never make videos about that, but they make sure to make videos breaking down how Christianity ended slavery. They make sure, they want you to know every detail about how Christianity had played a part in the abolition of slavery, but they refuse to do this exact same thing, this exact same critique the other way around. Refuse to. And that's the hypocrisy. If you're gonna make a video like, if you go on his channel, you ain't gonna see no. Now, he just made this video a couple days ago. Is the opposite video gonna come out? Of course not. How Christianity made slavery worse. Is that video ever coming out? No, it's not. How Christianity was used on slaves. Is that gonna come out? No. How Christians are the ones that push the red button on slavery in the United States. Is that video gonna come out? Absolutely not. So when they make videos like this, it's like, what are you trying to do? Because The white Christians are the people. These the same people that don't want us to teach actual American history in classrooms. These the people that don't want us to know what really happened in this country. Those same people make sure to let you know about every small instance of how Islam wanted slavery, and they make sure they let you know about every small instance on how Christianity was used to how a small group of Christians wanted to abolish slavery. Crazy.
Slavery was just assumed to be the norm for the overwhelming majority throughout history.
Damn, they gonna play another ad?
It started when I was 10, 11 years old. I didn't know that was going to be the worst thing that ever happened to me.
I get a lot of Christian ads on my videos.
People to ever proclaim the abolition of slavery were a minority among Christians who became convinced that slavery was incompatible with the teachings of Scripture.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause right here. Now, he said the first group of people to want to abolish slavery was a small group of Christians. Who was their opposition? Who were they up against? The majority of Christians, y'all. So I'm not understanding. It's like, this is what they do. A small group of Christians read their morality into the scripture and started believing that slavery was against God. Oh no, incorrect. Because we about to go to it. Check me out. Yeah. So let's see what I want to know what they was reading. All right. Now his claim was that this minority group of Christians started to believe that slavery was against God. No, it was not. Slavery wasn't against Yahweh, the storm god, the mythological storm god of the Bible. Slavery wasn't against him. Hello. Let's talk about slavery in the scripture. What that say, class? Your male and female slaves is Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them, you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life. This is the God of the Bible that these Christians are reading out of. That God literally endorses permanent chattel slavery for foreigners. Now, this is the book. In this same book, in these same chapters, this is where these people got the revelation that God didn't want them to support slavery. That's not true. Exodus 21, verses 2 through 6. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he is to serve you for 6 years, but in the 7th year, he shall go free. Now, this is permitting temporary slavery of fellow Hebrews with rules for release. Remember, y'all, a lot of you know this, but for the people who don't, slavery, the terms for enslaving fellow Hebrew Israelites were different for the terms of enslaving foreigners. Hebrew Israelites, you got to let them go. Let them work for a minute, let them get out the house. They got to go. They get to be free. Everybody else, no. Exodus 21, verses 20 through 21. Everybody know this. If you don't watch any type of atheist YouTube channel talking about slavery, you know about this verse. Now, I'm just using these verses to show you that these Christians clearly contradicting other parts of the Bible. If you read the Bible and you feel that God wants you to stand up against slavery, I guess you blind. You blind in one eye. You're cherry picking half of it. Because I want to know. Somebody please put the verse in the comments. Where in the Bible does God say, do not practice slavery? Where in the Bible does the God of the Bible condemn slavery? Verbatim. Now listen to this verse now. Listen to this verse. It says, if a man beats his male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies, he must be punished. But if the slave gets up after a day or two, he is not to be punished because the slave is his property. These are direct instructions from the God of their universe. Is this ambiguous? Do you not understand what the God is saying? Do you need somebody to interpret? You need another interpretation for this verse? No, you do not. I think I speak for all people who can read and understand things. We understand what this verse is saying. I want a verse like this for the condemnation of slavery. That's what I want. Let's go to the next one. Deuteronomy 20, verse 10 through 14. After conquest. I know a lot of people like this verse. It says, you may take the women, the children, the livestock, and everything else in the city as plunder for yourselves, allows taking captives, including humans, as spoils of war. Now, again, I'm trying to paint the picture of how these people thought this God was like, no, we probably shouldn't practice slavery. And also, mind you, I think this dude named Mike Jones, he's talking about how slavery was prevalent until the rise of this, y'all. Or excuse me, a lot of people don't know this, but Judaism is first. The Israelites come before the Christians. Christianity is the hijacked, romanticized version of Judaism. So if the Israelite Hebrew Bible, if the God in the Hebrew Bible endorses slavery, what makes you think that because y'all calling yourselves Christians now, we got a new covenant now? No, is it the same God? Christians tell me the God is unchanging. This is the same God yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So if the God allows for this type of shit in the Hebrew Bible, and you took that Hebrew Bible and made another religion off of that, or you made a continuation of the Hebrew Bible, why would you think in your right mind that your religion is going to be opposed to the commandments from the same God? That don't make sense. Genesis 16, 1 through 6. And I actually remember this verse because I just was reading Genesis. But it says, Abraham and Sarah's enslaved Egyptian maid Hagar is used to bear Abraham a child. God didn't have a problem with slavery in Genesis. According to Genesis, this is how the world got its get-go. This is how everything started. So before it was nations, before it was tribes and civilizations, God was still like, slavery is just a thing. So I just gotta play along with it. Even in the beginning of the book, even in the Genesis, God is okay with people having slaves. And you know how the Christians get, well, that was the Old Testament. Incorrect. The New Testament also. Ephesians chapter 6, verses 5 through 8. Slaves, obey your earthly master with respect and fear, and with sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Christ. This is the New Testament. This is Christianity. So they saying slavery became an issue with the rise of obey your earthly masters as you would in heaven. Slaves, obey your earthly master. That's when this is when if the God, no, I'm not gonna play that game. I'm not gonna play the hypothetical game. This is not an internal critique. We ain't doing that. This God is not real, but a God that doesn't, I'm gonna say it like, yeah, that's how I'm gonna say it. I'm not gonna use hypothetical because this is not an internal critique. A God that doesn't like slavery is not going to allow things to like this to appear in his book, in his New Testament, along the lines of his new covenant. He's not going to do that. Colossians 3, verse 22. Slaves, obey your earthly masters in everything. Mm. Another commandment for slaves to obey. 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 18. Slaves, in reverent fear of God, submit yourselves to your masters, not only to those who are good and considerate, but also to those who are harsh. So I'm trying to see what scripture were these Christians reading that made them feel, man, my God don't want us to be, my God want us to think about abolishing slavery. What verses did they read? I gotta know. Because where in the Bible does it say, do not own other people as property? And if you can find a good verse, it's like, and I've made videos about this. I gotta make some more videos about this, but does the good verse carry more weight than the bad verse? Does the verse about loving your neighbor carry more weight than the verses telling you to hate people that are homosexual or to mistreat people, discriminate against them, put them to death? Which verses hold more weight? That's what I be thinking. Like, if you read two verses from the same person, can you be like, you know what? I know you said you want to unalive this group of people, but I think you're a good person because you said this. No. In this lifetime, don't nobody care about how many times you walk an old lady across the street, get an assault rifle, and do a mass shooting. Man, all that good shit you did goes out the window. Exactly. So if we thinking about it like that, what's a verse about loving your neighbor when it's verses about unaliving your neighbor? Come on now, let Black cook. That's some small to a fucking giant. If I do 100 good things, and then I'm not even gonna put me in this example. No. We use racist Christians from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. If a racist Christian hug his wife, hug his daughter, walk his dog, fix his family something to eat, go to work, pay all the bills, and then later at night he puts on a white cloak and goes out and lynches Black people, is he a good person? Are you going come on now. Are you gonna let the good things he did in his life carry more weight than that evil, than that wicked shit? No, you're not. Exactly. So when you read in good verses, what does that do for you in a book that's full of all the fuck shit? 1 Timothy, I think this is the last one. We're gonna get back to the video. 1 Timothy chapter 6, verses 1-2. All who are shit. See, I done spoiled it. I wasn't supposed to click that button. My bad. Y'all know what's coming. Okay. It says, all who are under the yoke of slavery should consider their masters worthy of full respect. Wow. Now, it'll make sure to tell you outright to respect your master. But where does it say, you know what, it's the year 600 BC or CE or AD? What they use AD on it, in the year of our Lord. It's the year 600 AD. Stop, don't own slaves anymore. God could have said this at any point. When they was constructing the Bible, he could have said this at any point. He didn't. That's crazy to me. But I showed those verses because when you hear him say shit like this right here, when you hear them say it was a small group of minority Christians that were the first ones to want to abolish slavery, it's like, who were their opponents? The majority of Christians using the exact same scriptures. So why are you taking come on, let me work. Why are you taking a small group of Christians and making them the rule when they are the exception? The majority of Christians during ancient times, during history, during antiquity was okay with slavery. No ad play shit.
The Bishop Gregory of Nyssa was the first to ever suggest that slavery should be abolished when he gave a fiery sermon condemning the practice. Adam Couchman says, Gregory of Nyssa goes beyond the accepted Pauline ethic. Respecting one's slaves and treating them humanely was not enough. Gregory
and I got this from watching Michael and Dr. Kip, and it came to my attention. He says Gregory of Nyssa goes beyond ancient Pauline ethic. That means the ancient Pauline ethic was not enough. It was not sufficient. It was not adequate. The early Christians are telling us to just treat the slaves with respect, treat them humanely. You got to go above and beyond the Christians to want to abolish slavery. That's what I'm getting at. From reading the Bible alone, there is no way you can be like, yeah, I need to get up and start trying to abolish slavery. No. You need more than just the Bible. And you're going to see that when this video keeps going. You need more than just the Bible.
Gregory simply calls for the abolition of this practice, the first theologian to do so. Unfortunately, Gregory's sermon had little effect on the culture of the time, and most continued to endorse the institution.
The most he's referring to were Christians. Majority of people that continue to endorse the institution, were Christians. That's what I want you to get into your head. All this, because he's talking as if majority of people were not Christian. Yes, they were during this time, especially in the Roman Empire. Yes, they were.
Which brings us to the second misconception people tend to have, which is that Christianity could not be crucial for ending slavery because it took so long. In other words, why wasn't slavery abolished centuries earlier by Christians? The problem is skeptics are assuming Christianity's influence on the culture was sweeping and immediate, and this is simply not true.
So again, like it does, I don't think it should have been sweeping and immediate because the God don't exist. So I'm not going to do an internal critique and say things like, well, if the God wanted it to happen, we're not going to do that. The God is made up. So you shouldn't expect it to be sweeping and immediate. But if the people who wrote the Bible thought it was, or were quote, people who would have been inspired by an all perfect, all loving God, they would have wrote down that God said, don't do this. It wouldn't have took. I mean, it's not even in the scripture. It's nowhere in the Old Testament. It's nowhere in the New to not own slaves. So again, my critique is my critique. If I was the person he's talking about, it wouldn't have been that it should have been immediate. It should have been somewhere, anywhere. Where is it? It should have been anywhere. It was nowhere. It's nowhere in the scripture. Again, if you go back to what he previously just said, he just said Gregory of Nyssa needed more than just the Pauline ethic, needed more than just what the Christians were saying. Like, I would have been like, well, maybe if the Bible would have said it somewhere, anywhere, it said it nowhere. That's the issue. It ain't, I mean, should it, if this God did exist and this God didn't want there to be slavery, the same way he didn't want people practicing polytheism and all this other wicked shit he condemned, it would have been sweeping and immediate. The same way people who were not circumcised, were unclean off the rip, could have did the same thing for slavery. Everybody was uncircumcised. What did he do? What did he do day one? Chop your dick up immediately. I need that. So it's like, could these people have written down from their heart that God didn't want slaves? Yes. How do we know that? Because look what they wrote about dicks. Look what they wrote about all this other shit. Look what they wrote about worshiping other gods. They made sure that, hey, fuck having an immediate effect on the culture. Write that down right there. Day one, do not worship other gods. But wait a minute, because when you think about it, the Israelites were polytheistic, though. They did worship multiple gods. But, you know, I guess shit switched up and the religious leaders switched it up. Hey, look, no, God said don't worship other gods. That was immediate. That wasn't like, I'm not understanding. I'm not. Could, and I guess I won't say could God. I'm gonna say, could the people that wrote the Bible, could they have put it in there not to own other people as property, not to practice slavery? Yes, they could have. Did they? No, they didn't. Was I, if we have a story of a God who came down and wrestled with a man in Genesis. I think it's Genesis chapter 34. God came down and wrestled with Jacob. Is it too much to ask the God to make sure when you write in your book to put don't own people as don't practice slavery? That's not too much for the God of the book. I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. It don't make sense to me. The argument don't make sense to me. I don't know. Let me keep going.
By the beginning of the 4th century, Christians probably made up around 5 to 10% of the Roman Empire, which hardly had any influence on the broad culture. Christian numbers began to expand during and after the reign of Constantine, but most were nominal Christians with very little knowledge of the scriptures.
So basically, what he's doing now is the no true Scotsman. The Christians back then didn't abolish slavery because they weren't real Christians.
And pagans were still a large percentage of the population for a long time after. By the time of Justinian, pagans were still serving in prestigious positions in his court. When Muslim forces threatened Carthage in 639, pagans still outnumbered Christians in the city.
Again, I'm not like, this is just, I don't know. I don't know what he's trying to do. He's trying to say like Christianity was there, but majority of people were not Christians. But it's like, even when the majority of people during this time were Christian, nothing happened. So I'm not even understanding the argument. You about to see some shit. Watch what he do. Because I'm like, okay, if the majority of Christians, if the majority of people were not Christian during the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century, all right, fine. But going towards the 4th, 5th, 6th century, the numbers start to rise. So we should see the abolition movement begin once majority of the population become Christian, right? You about to see him. Watch how he switch it up. Watch how he do. He's crazy.
In Edessa, which was majority Christian, organized communities still sacrificed to Zeus Hadad in the 500s. In fact, pagan temples in Greece were still in operation into the 10th century.
That don't mean shit. He talking about the 10th century and all this 500s. By these, again, if you look at these numbers, by this time, majority of the Roman Empire, everybody was Christian. So bringing up Zeus in the 500s and pagan temples in Greece in the 10th century, that means nothing. That means nothing.
Peter Brown said, polytheists continued to enjoy, for many generations, the relatively peaceable, if cramped existence, which only 2 centuries after the reign of Theodosius II would fall to the lot of Christians themselves in another great Near Eastern empire, raised up in the name of one God.
My life before I came to Rise Up Kings was distracted.
That of Islam. In Europe and into the Middle Ages, beliefs in magic continued for centuries among the peasantry and in the country.
Again, this means nothing. By this time, everybody majority Christian. I got some stats on that. Everybody was Christian. So I don't understand how bringing this up is relevant at all.
Country. People identified as culturally Christian, even
nobody identified as culturally Christian. Everybody was Christian, bad to the bone. And it wasn't no cultural. That wasn't even a thing back then. That wasn't a thing back then. Everybody was Christian. So this whole, they weren't really Christian. They was just Christian at the, on the surface level Christian shit. No, these people were Christian. They believed they were Christian. If you go back and ask them, if you would have went back and asked them, if you go back in time and ask them, build you a time machine and go ask them, they believe they was Christian. So I don't understand what he's trying to do right here. This really confused me. I'm like, if you're gonna say people from like the 400, the 500, the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, if you're gonna say these people were not real Christians, then do you just throw away all of like the Christian writings, all of the Christian testimonies? If they weren't real Christians, it's like that don't even make you see what I'm saying? Like, what are you what you using to say that they're not real Christians? Like that probably wasn't the standard back then.
Had their children baptized, but few were practicing Christians or even read the Bible.
So he said few were he's saying few were practicing Christians and few actually read the Bible. So I did some research on this because I wanted to look into this for myself. So I did some research on this. So it's crazy because I wanted to know why they weren't reading the Bible. Why didn't they know the scripture? Why weren't they real Christians? Let's talk about it for a minute. So you got to understand, during this period he's talking about, the 500s, during this time period, the Bible was mostly available in Latin. It's the Latin Vulgate. And only educated could read. Ordinary people didn't. They got their information from the church, from the clergy. Like, and then this is another part I thought was disturbing, because his point is that they weren't real Christians. They didn't read the Bible during this time, during the 6th century through the 10th century, etc., like that. But if you look at what was going on, they weren't even they were condemned from reading it, y'all. The Catholic Church did not want the average man reading these scriptures. Is a reason why, but they didn't want them reading this scripture. So when he says they weren't real Christians, most of them didn't even read the Bible. Why are we glossing over the fact that the church is the reason why? How do I subjugate and keep everybody under my control? I tell them what to think. I tell them what to believe. No, I don't want you reading it for yourself. Let me read it to you. No, I don't want you to, fuck your own, lean on my understanding. Ain't nobody got time for your understanding. I want you to be my type of Christian. Be one of my subjects. Just shut up. Let me control you and follow along and worship the way I want you to worship. Do as I say, not as I do. That's why didn't nobody read the Bible. That's why I want nobody reading the Bible for it. That's why these folks didn't know what the fuck. Maybe they weren't real Christians, but at the time, shit, if this is the case, nobody was a real Christian because nobody was able to read the Bible. Everybody was condemned except for the church. So, I mean, you can say that they didn't read the Bible, but you got to add in why they weren't allowed to. They were condemned. No, don't read that motherfucker. Go on to the priest. Let him read it to you. That's like why we can't keep it 100 about what the church did. You see what I'm saying? Like the dishonesty. Few even read the Bible. Duh. They were condemned. You're gonna see a little bit of that later on. Why a lot of people was condemned from reading the Bible.
Alexander Murray said, substantial sections of 13th century society hardly attended church at all. Humbert of Romans admitted very few people attended church. San Antonio said very few peasants attended mass. In the 1500s and 1600s, it was reported that churches were often empty. Even at the founding of the United States, only 17% of the population belonged to a church. Michael Walzer.
All right. So his next, I wasn't supposed to press that. So his next thing after he said majority of these people were not real Christians because they didn't read the Bible. Now it's majority of these people were not real Christians because they didn't even go to church. So I had to go. I said, well, why they didn't go to church? Oh, let me add this. I meant to add this at the end. I put the red stop right there, but it's really right here. So, if you look at this council, the Council of Toulouse, or whatever the fuck that say, the Council of Toulouse, it banned lay people from owning copies of the Bible in local languages. And the red stop is supposed to be right here, but it's at the other one. So if you look at this, it says John Wycliffe and the Lollards, 1300s, England. They translated the Bible into Middle English. His followers promoted the Bible. The church condemned these efforts. You know what I'm saying? And the person who's now he's saying that they didn't read the Bible. The person that was trying to translate the Bible so everybody can read it, the church condemned that shit. Again, this is the one that I was supposed to mention. Look at this. Now his argument that people didn't read the Bible. Look at what they did to people that was trying to get the layperson to have access to the Bible. They were burned at the stake. People don't even know about this. A lot of Christians, they reading the Bible like, damn, this shit, like, it's amazing. It's a Bible in every hotel now. The word of God is everywhere. Yeah, it wasn't always like that. It wasn't always like that. If you would have been born in the 1400s, no, you probably would have been condemned, burned at the stake for trying to read the Bible. So a lot of the people he's using, or the people that he's saying were not real Christians, they didn't even have the opportunity to be real Christians. They didn't even get a chance to read the Bible. You know, and then I put this in there just to like balance it out. I ain't want to just have all like the fucked up shit. So, you know, reformers like Martin Luther believe everyone should read the Bible, and they finally got it translated. But if you see at the bottom, Tyndale translated it into English. Now, the man who translated it into English, they hunted him all over Europe, and then they executed him in 1536. So that's just something to think about when it comes to like, damn, people back then weren't real. If you hear this, you got to understand, people back then, they was killing motherfuckers that was translating it into English. You know what I'm saying? Then, oh my God, look at this. Yeah. They got the Catholic Church is, man, look, I got a song about the Catholic Church on my album, but the Catholic Church is a motherfucker now. They published a list of prohibited books, which included unauthorized Bible translations. So when people like Mike say, yeah, no, Christians weren't able to abolish slavery because they weren't real Christians because they didn't read the Bible during this time. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, no shit. Look at what the Catholic Church was doing. No shit. But as you can see, you know, eventually the Catholic Church got on with the movement, and you know, they started, you know, lifting it up. But that was too little, too late. That's the 18th and 19th century. Shit, it's too late now. But you know, just think about this. You can't get access to your God because the church don't want you to read the. Oh my God, the scriptures, the scriptures that the Christians needed to start thinking about abolishing slavery, the church was keeping it from them. So according to Mike, they weren't real Christians. Okay, now this is where we at. So that was my fault. I put the little red stop on the wrong slide. Now we at this part of the video where he's talking about the people that didn't attend church. So like, you didn't see a lot of abolition because people didn't attend church. People didn't read the Bible. People didn't attend church. Okay. So I looked into this too. This is why some people didn't attend church during the Middle Ages, the medieval period, whatever the fucking period we calling it. Actually, that's cap. Most people did attend fucking church during these fucking years they attended church. Yes, they did. So, you know, everything people write in the book ain't the whole truth. Like, yeah, there were some instances of people not going to church, but the overwhelming majority of people attended fucking church. They were real Christians. Why wasn't no abolition movement then? You know what I'm saying? But like, let's talk about it. So there are cases where people didn't go to church, but you got to understand is reasons behind this shit. You know, in many parts of Europe, if your area Catholic, but you want to be a Protestant, or your area Protestant, but you really Catholic, you might not attend church in that area. You know what I'm saying? But if you look in England after the Reformation, it was legally required to attend church. So again, if you look at the data, if you look at what's really going on and not what the Christians telling you, the argument or why haven't Christians, why didn't Christians start this abolition movement way before the 17th, 16th, 18th, 19th century? If they tell you, oh, it's because they weren't going to church, they weren't real Christians, that's historically incorrect. They were real Christians. They were going to church. They were mandated. You must go. It was required to attend church. Look at what happened to those who didn't attend church. So most people did go to church. It was not an option. They were real Christians. They were in support of slavery. All these fucking centuries, all these fucking years, trying to call them not real Christians. No. Again, this is what I was just referring to. If you're a Protestant, but people, it says people who disagree with the dominant church, Catholics in Protestant areas or Protestants in Catholic areas. Exactly. If I'm a Protestant, but my area is predominantly Catholic, I'm not gonna go to the service. Why would I go? You know what I'm saying? If my area is predominantly Protestant, but I'm a Catholic, and I can't afford to go all the way to the other side or wherever the other church is at, I'm not gonna go to the service. So there were cases where people didn't go to church. Like again, like what I'm saying, poverty. I'm broke. I can't niggas can't afford to go to church. It be like that sometimes. Everybody can't go to church. Everybody, you didn't have access to the church you wanted to go to, I guess. But to say that majority of the ancient world didn't go to church, so they weren't real Christians, is crazy work. That's crazy work. It's crazy work. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's a lot of stuff that they say stuff, but I had to dig into this shit. He's saying people didn't go to church, but look at the reasons why. The lack of clergy. You know what I'm saying? After the Reformation, some areas lack clergy or functioning churches. So yes, there were cases where people didn't go to church. That don't mean they weren't real Christians. That don't mean an abolition movement against slavery couldn't have got off the ground during this time. You know what I'm saying? Facts. But again, like even it now, I wanted to kind of level it out from what I had brought up about how people were required to go to church. In some places they didn't really enforce the laws and shit. Like it's like, well, people ain't coming, man. Let's kind of relax with the laws in some areas. But I said all that to say, in most areas, people did go to church. People were real Christians. Him talking about how it's cases where people didn't go to church. That's crazy to me. That don't mean nothing. That means shit. He's trying to set the stage to show you that people during ancient times were not real Christians, and the real Christians didn't come until the abolitionists. That's basically what he's trying to say. Yep, that's it. I think I better ad play right here. Don't play no ad. They play ads when I watch this shit.
Said medieval society was largely composed of non-participants. Even
we calling them non-participant is crazy.
Many of the clergy were not committed to Christianity or even read the scriptures, due to many of them being forced into those roles by family or governments. In 730, Bede complained that few priests knew Latin. In 1222, the Council of Oxford said the parish clergy were dumb dogs. In 1417, Bishop Albergati reported that many priests could not identify the 7 deadly sins. In 1530, William Tyndale reported that hardly any priests knew the Lord's Prayer. Eamon Duffy estimates that 80% of the churches of the 16th century in Geneva had no clergy, and when a pastor was assigned, absenteeism was common. Rodney Stark says, most medieval Europeans disdained the moral expectations of the church, remaining alienated from sincere Christian commitment.
So, okay. Again, I keep pressing that. He's setting the stage, trying to show you that if your objection to Christianity ending slavery, if your objection is that why didn't it happen earlier? He's trying to explain to you it did not happen earlier because the clergy were dumb dogs. Nobody was real Christians. Nobody even read the Bible. These are his arguments. But I looked into that shit too. So they called the clergy dumb dogs. I wanted to know why was the clergy stupid? Why they didn't know the scriptures and all this bullshit he's talking about. Again, like I said earlier, the Bible was in Latin. Latin was not the common language. Like I said earlier, for centuries, the Catholic Church only allowed the Bible in Latin. That means everybody who don't speak Latin, you're fucked. Most ordinary people and even many priests didn't understand Latin well. Does that make them not a real Christian? Does that mean abolition cannot start because they don't know Latin? Is there a language barrier between the abolition of slavery? Come on. Is there a language barrier between Christians abolishing slavery? Because what he's saying is the clergy was dumb dogs, and they were dumb dogs because whose fault was it? The church. Again, saying that you ain't see an abolition movement because people weren't real Christians. No. Because the claim that he just made is that majority of people weren't real Christians and the clergy were dumb dogs. But why was the clergy stupid? Whose fault is this right here? Low educational standards for the clergy. Many priests were poorly educated. Whose fault is that? Does that make them not real Christians? Like, you know what I'm saying? They was appointing anybody. Whose fault is that? Some clergy could barely read, let alone study scripture in depth. Whose fault is that? Does that make them not real Christians? Whatever he's trying to do to try to set the stage for how these people were not real Christian, all of this is no one's fault but the church. And even though the clergy was stupid, people didn't read and people didn't go to church for various reasons. What about the church leaders? What about the clergy? What about nobody was trying to abolish slavery during this time? Nobody. So I'm trying to understand what is he getting at? Again, the book he's quoting, the author says the clergy were dumb dogs. Bro, them people didn't know what the fuck they didn't know what the fuck was going on. From my research, they know what was going on, but that don't mean they were not real Christians. Because when you look at it, you know what I'm saying? The medieval Catholic Church, they emphasize church tradition, canon law, and rituals more than direct Bible reading. They did not want you reading the Bible. So if his claim is that people who didn't read the Bible were not real Christians, that's why the abolition movement didn't take off. Whose fault was that? The church. Look at this. Theology was handed down from the church hierarchy, not from personal engagement with scripture. So you cannot say people weren't real Christians because they weren't reading it for themselves when they didn't have that option. You could only do what the clergy or the church wanted you to do. So if the abolition movement didn't get off the ground during the medieval period, during antiquity, whose fault is that? The Christians, the clergy, the church, the Christians. He's trying to say these people were not real Christians. I'm trying to say they were not real Christians because of quote unquote real Christians. That's what I'm trying to show. You didn't see people start to really read the Bible until the Reformation reaction. Until that period, that's when everybody started reading the Bible. After they executed the man that translated it into English, that's when the lay person was able to read the book. That's when everybody was getting copies of it after the printing press. You know what I'm saying? So it's like before that, real Christians, the true Christians that could have abolished, because I mean, if you the fucking clergy, who gonna stop you if you say slavery is wrong? Who gonna stop you? No. And if Mike is gonna say that the clergy were not real Christians, then that undermines everything about Christianity from the get-go. Like what are we using to say that people weren't real Christians? And if these people were not real Christians, they couldn't abolish slavery because they weren't real Christians. Who are the real Christians? Are the real oh my God. Listen to this. This is a trick question for you. Are the real Christians the ones who are preventing other people from reading the Bible for themselves so they can be real Christians? Are those the real Christians? Because his claim is that nobody was real Christians during this time. I'm trying to speed through it. I talk too fucking much. God damn. I'm sorry.
Tom Holland reminds us that Christianity was like a depth charge. It took time for the reverberations to saturate the culture. Early missionaries often worked to convert the noblemen to make Christianity the established religion of the new land, but it took generations for the populace to follow. Given this historical reality, we wouldn't expect slavery to be abolished until a large percentage of the population was composed of committed Christians.
Now listen to what he's saying, y'all. We wouldn't expect slavery to be abolished until the majority of the population was Christian. That's what I'm trying to explain to y'all. He's saying that even though majority of Europe, majority of the Roman Empire was Christian during this time, they were not true Christians. But it's like, no. And even if, even if the majority of people were not real Christians, the people who, I want to know who he thinks was a real Christian during this time. That's a great question. Who was a real Christian during this time that could have abolished slavery? And why didn't they do it? Why didn't they get their feet running? Why didn't the higher ups get it going? If your argument is that the people weren't real Christians, or Christianity wasn't, it took time. It's like a depth charge, he said. But you're going to see how all this comes to bite him in the butt towards the end of this, because basically what he's saying is, as a society becomes more Christian, you see more good moral values and good teaching. You see more equality and more humanism and less slavery and discrimination and oppression. That's what he's saying. But man, if I can just hurry up and get through it, you about to see this shit turn over on his head. Where I'm at, 643. Okay.
With the invention of the printing press, the Bible and other Christian material became more readily available. Under Protestantism, literacy rates increased throughout Europe, among both men and women. Catholic regions soon followed suit to compete with Protestant gains.
The bottom line is everybody is psychic.
They love playing ads.
All humans are born.
I used to have
with
YouTube Premium, but
with more Christian reading,
I'm gonna get it back though, because I can't do the ads. But basically, if you paying attention, he's trying to say the people the illiterate Christians that couldn't read were not real Christians. But last time I checked, Jesus and his followers were not literate; they were illiterate. Most of them couldn't read. You know, of course, I'm a Jesus mythicist, so don't ignore me. Ignore my rant about mythicism. I'm not even gonna get into it. I am a mythicist, but overwhelming majority of people believe this guy at least existed. And if he at least existed, if his followers existed, I'm not convinced, but if you are convinced, they were illiterate. So if this guy's argument is that real Christians are the ones that are literate, could read during this time, then what do you say about everybody before this time that claimed to be Christian that couldn't read? Do we ignore all of them?
material available and increased literacy rates, more committed Christians emerged in the following generations.
He said committed Christians. Oh, it's basically the no true Scotsman fallacy. The people you see that did not abolish slavery were not real Christians. They weren't literate. They didn't go to church. They didn't read the Bible.
Which also resulted in a rise in church attendance and increased missionary activity. The effects were not immediate, but after the invention of the printing press and the Protestant Reformation, the level of committed Christians did in fact increase. And what followed shortly after was a strong Christian effort to end slavery. But prior to this, we see committed Christians were making progress against slavery. Catherine Gerbner notes Constantine.
So now, what he's about to do right here, just pay attention to what he's doing, because what I'm going to do after, it's the counter to this. So pay attention to what he's about to do. He's about to list off all these Europeans, all these British queens and emperors and rulers that were like against slavery, or like they were like in opposition to it. Just pay attention.
Allowed priests to manumute slaves.
Let me go back a little bit.
Slavery. But prior to this, we see committed Christians were making progress against slavery. Catherine Gerbner notes Constantine allowed priests to manumute slaves, which was seen as a spiritual act. Around 600, Pope Gregory I banned Jews from owning Christian slaves. Shortly after, Queen Balthilde, a former slave, condemned the enslavement of Christians, manumitted several, then halted the slave trade in her domain. Pope Zachary later banned the sale of Christians sold as slaves to Muslims, then purchased all the slaves of the Venetian slave trade and set them free. In 874, Pope John VIII declared the enslavement of Christians to be a sin. Leo VI of the Byzantine Empire prohibited voluntary enslavement. Mark Bloch noted that priests began to urge masters to free slaves, as it would ensure their own salvation. In 960, the slave trade was banned in Venice. In 1102, the Council of London also banned the slave trade. St. Wulfstan and St. Anselm campaigned ferociously against slavery, and by their time, slavery had largely disappeared in Europe for the most part. In 13...
So he's talking about, the different instances in Europe where Christians stopped owning other Christians, Christian leaders were opposed to slavery, European rulers were, free slaves. He's setting the stage for you, showing that Christians during the 900s, the 1100s, the 1200s, he's showing you that Christians during this time were starting to condemn slavery because they started to become real Christians during this time. I want you to focus on what he's doing. He's showing you, he's giving you the track record of all the real Christians freeing the slaves and ending slavery in Europe, and Christians can't enslave Christians. You just pay attention, please. Just pay attention to this movie. Please pay attention.
In 15, Louis X abolished slavery in France. In 1335, Sweden abolished most forms of slavery. In 1423, the King of Poland ordered all Christian slaves to be set free. In 477, Isabella of Spain banned slavery in newly conquered territories. Then in 1493, she banned the slavery of Native Americans unless they were hostile or cannibals. Many other advances were made against slavery throughout the history of Christendom. Elise Rio says, Christian bishops engaged in so much philanthropic ransoming, and also the insistence of laws in not selling the kingdom's people into slavery.
Look at the book he's quoting. It says slavery after Rome. We know majority of people after Rome in that area were Christian. So again, like I said earlier, look at the books he's referencing. Like, I haven't read none of these books myself, but I need to read them. I want to read all. He made me want to read all these books. I'm like, I'm reading the title of the book, and I'm like, this is what you're quoting to say, like, Christians were against slavery when majority of people after Rome were Christian. So yeah, just keep paying attention. Watch this. Just watch this shit.
So we see an interesting historical picture. It took centuries for Christianity to slowly saturate and transform the culture of Europe.
Now, damn, is this ad?
Procrastination isn't your fault. It's a broke mentality fueled by self-doubt.
Okay, now listen to me, y'all. I want to make sure I'm trying to get this mic right. Okay, so He's saying, look at the time periods he got now, 1500s, the 1600s. This is when the real Christians start to come out because everybody's literate now. The Reformation happened, the printing press. Everybody got an English copy of the Bible now. So everybody's becoming real Christians during this time. Look at what he set the stage now. He set the bed I'm about to put this motherfucker in. He laid it. He made this bed. He got to lay in it. He made sure he listed all of the things that the European rulers did. He's showing you. Look, at the founding of the United States, only 17% of the population belonged to a church. Now, this is him going back and talking about how people weren't real Christians because they didn't belong to a church. That don't make you a real Christian. But nevertheless, if you look at what he just listed, he's showing you how as Europe became more Christianized, more people started like opposing slavery.
Many generations were only culturally Christian, with little knowledge of.
Culturally Christian was not a thing during this time. All of these people thought they were real Christians. I'm gonna keep saying it every time he say that.
The Bible. But in these societies, it was committed and knowledgeable Christians who were the ones working to end slavery.
Now look at the time periods again. Look at what he's listing. He's showing you how people who were real Christians, people who were literate Christians, started opposing slavery. Look at the years. Look at the years that he put. Okay.
And slowly but surely, as Christianity spread and took over the culture, the institution of slavery eroded, even though the church could never fully abolish it in the Middle Ages.
All right, now it's my turn. Let's go back. Let's pull the PowerPoint back up. Now, I wanted you to pay close attention to what he just did, because he just showed you as time goes on and more people in Europe become Christian, less slavery, right? More Christians equals less enslavement, right? More Christians in Europe equals less slavery. As Christians, as nations become more Christian, you see more want to abolish slavery, right? Wrong. Historically incorrect. Let's get into it. Pay close attention. Now, if you were here in the beginning, I brought up, yes, servitude, servanthood, and slavery did exist in Africa before the Europeans arrived. That's on the table. No question, no brainer. Nobody saying that we didn't have servants, we didn't have prisoners of war, we didn't have slaves. Then I brought up the trans-Saharan slave trade and the Muslims. I showed you that when the Muslims came, you started seeing the race-based, religious-based slavery come into the picture, right? The reason why I brought the Muslims up first is because their slave trade was going on before the Europeans came, before the Christians was even there. They pressured, you know what I'm saying? They brought their infrastructure in, and it was basically, hey, look, we coming for slaves anyway. You might as well trade them, or we just gonna, we're gonna take some. Just trade them, brother. Let's just, smooth it over, trade them. Now, if you was paying attention like I asked you to, in this part of the video, he listed all of the fucking things Europeans was doing as they became more Christianized. I'm going to do the same fucking thing. We talked about the trans-Saharan slave trade. Let's talk about the white folks. We talked about the Arabs. We talked about the Muslims first. Fuck Islam. Fuck Allah. Fuck Muhammad. Let's get that out the way. It's their turn. It's the bitches. These bitch-ass white people turn. All right. When Europeans arrived, they tapped into this existing system that the Muslims was already tapped in. They was already locked in. It was gassed up, no brakes. But when these motherfuckers here came, oh my goodness. Yeah, they showed their ass. You got to understand that now this shit was already bad, because again, we don't know the number of Africans that were killed. during the trans-Saharan slave trade. I'm not even gonna try to guess. It's too many to count. Whatever number you Google is more triple that. So this is an amplified version of that. They still, the after effects of both of them are still present. But I think more people know about this one. So this is the transatlantic slave trade and Christianity. If you go to earlier in the video, that was the trans-Saharan slave trade in Islam. Let's talk. Let's get it. Okay. So access to European goods created dependency. Europeans offered now you got to understand now, we run around fighting with sticks and swords and tools that we built by hand, that type of shit. We ain't no guns. We going to war with what we build it from scratch type shit. When they introduced these guns, oh, they changed the fucking game. You about to see it. They changed the game. Now, he showed you what the Europeans was doing as they became more Christianized, right? So I'm going to show you what the Europeans started doing when they became more Christianized as well. Now, listen to this. Listen to this now. Because you got to understand what they did. And I made sure I made a slide just for the guns. The guns. But it says in some regions, entire economies became dependent on the slave trade. Because once they introduced their supplies, once they introduced guns, cloth, metal, alcohol, luxury items, and you become dependent on that shit, they got you wrapped around their finger. Let's go. All right. Now remember, like I said earlier, I'm not going to sugarcoat it just because I'm an African. There was conflict between Africans. Yes, this is not a secret. I'm not here defending nobody's slavery. I'm against all slavery. I'm just telling you what was going on. So, political rivalries and wars fueled captures, right? You got to understand, people were already in conflict and at war before the Europeans came. So if I'm trying to get some out of you and I see both of y'all really need the same shit, what am I going to do? You have a gun. You have a gun. I need people. Bring me people, you get gun. Come on now. You got to understand. Selling captives was a way to weaken enemies, enrich themselves, and gain an edge. Because I'm about to show you why. I'm gonna show you. When I put gain and edge, watch this. Let me show you what the Europeans did. Right? Europeans exploited African divisions because Africa's not a monolith. When people tell you Africans sold Africans, these people were not related, right? Africa's not a monolith. There's different ethnic groups, different cultures, different tribes, different people groups in Africa. Now, today we do stand together today because of what has happened to us, but you got to understand during this time, it was like people didn't see each other as like, oh, I'm selling my brother. No, Africa's not a monolith in the same way that you don't say white people committed a Holocaust against white people. What do you say? You say the Germans and the Jews. It's the same fucking shit. But because, again, you got to understand the racist propaganda that they try to pull. They try to talk about us like, oh, you selling your brother and your... It's like these people did not think of themselves as brothers. They were, again, we got conflict. I captured my, the people that we capture after fighting you become our prisoners of war. So my prisoners, I don't look at them as my family per se, because they're my prisoners of my war with my, my enemy, my rival. So you got to understand when they talk about it like, oh, Africans sold Africans. No. If you wouldn't talk about the Holocaust that way, don't talk about Africa that way, because the same way Europe is not a monolith, Africa is not a monolith either. But with the invent of race and race-based system and this social construct, you know, now it's like, yes, we identify together as one. But it was not always like that. Everybody had their own tribe, their own culture, their own group. So they took advantage of existing ethnic rivalries, tribal conflicts, and division, y'all. Because Africa's not I gotta keep saying it, because they've been feeding us this bullshit about blacks selling blacks, when yes, all of us might look the same, but during this time it was not like one big ass family. It was diverse. It was cultural differences, ethnic differences, tribal differences. Yes. In the same way that you wouldn't say Hitler committed mass genocide against his brothers and sisters. You wouldn't dare say that. So don't say that about us. Treat us the same way you're going to treat the fucking Germans and the Jews. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't going to respect the differences, between different ethnic groups in Africa, then why you respecting the differences between the Jews and say it. Say Hitler killed his cousins and his brothers and his sisters and his auntie and them. Say that. I ain't never heard nobody say that shit. Let's keep going. Now, this is what I want you to lock in on. Because this motherfucker talking about how Europeans and Sweden and all this bullshit about they free slaves, the Christians ain't enslaving the Christians. And he's trying to argue that as Europe became more Christian, you saw a decrease in slavery amongst Christians. And that might be true. Yes, white people stopped enslaving white people. But once they stopped enslaving white people, what did they do? Class. All right. Europeans helped turn parts of Africa into an arms race. Right? Okay, let's go. Let's talk about it. You got to understand what this did. This destabilized many African societies and fueled warfare, adding fuel to the fire that's already there by introducing guns. Yes, guns for slaves trade. Right? So we already got issues. We already got turmoil and warfare. Introducing guns, that's the boom. That's the spark. Light the fire, blow it up. Right? European traders exchanged guns, gunpowder, and metal for enslaved Africans. So what does this mean, class? It's an arms race. The more enemies I enslave, the more I trade in for more guns to fight off the people that's trying to do the same to us. Guess what happens to everybody who does not participate, class? You get taken to the Europeans in exchange for guns so they can fight the others that are participating. Yes, this destabilized every fucker. This killed it. That little tribal warfare shit. Yeah, all right. And then they get into the picture and it's over with, amplified to the max. Because now we got guns. Damn, my fucking mouse ain't working. Did I press the skip button? Yes. Look at the cycle I put in there. More guns equals more raids, more captives, more guns. Again, kill or be killed. Dog eat dog. It's like you either gonna get down or you gonna lay down. And at this time, it was like shit. Even if you did not want to participate in the transatlantic slave trade, your hand was forced. You had no choice. You couldn't I'm gonna just bag out. No. Because if you bagged out, everybody else, guess what? They was participating. Look at this. A militarization of African politics. Power became tied to access to European weapons, right? So this is what I was just talking about. He want to bring up how as Europe became more Christian, you saw less slavery. Yes, and they turned all that fuel to Africa. Same way the Muslims did it. As soon as Islam was established and the prophet died, if the prophet existed, I don't believe he existed. That's just me. You know, that's another video. But as soon as the prophet died, fuck the prophet, the Muslims came. Soon as the Europeans stopped enslaving Europeans, scratch that. As soon as the Christians stopped enslaving other Christians, they came. Look at this. Societies that refused to participate in the slave trade or didn't acquire guns were often targeted. So you had no fucking choice. Right? When the Europeans introduced guns, you don't get to sit out. You don't get to sit this one out. Trade your prisoners of war or you fuck. You have to trade your prisoners for guns to fight off the people that's trading their prisoners for guns. Talk to these niggas, black. They not understanding. This is done by Christians now. So when the Christians get on their YouTube and they talk about all this abolition that Europeans was doing during the 1400s and the 13, no. Yes, white people stopped enslaving other white people. So who did they had to look somewhere else. The same way Muslims said you can't enslave other Muslims. The same way that different African tribes did not enslave their own. They enslaved the prisoners of war. This was the thing. You didn't enslave your own family. You went out and enslaved the enemy, the opposition, everybody else. That's what we do. That's what everybody did. Nobody's, you know what I'm saying? The difference is that the white people, you know what I'm saying, they shit, and when it became race-based, now it's, well, all of us is white and all of them is black. So shit, we don't give a fuck who we get. Give all of them guns and let them have at it. And this is what you get. A militarization of African politics. Even the ones that wanted to sit out, right? Listen to this. This was not equal blame. Everybody has a part. Everybody deserves some blame. It's fucked up on all sides. Yes, all ancient people practice slavery. Yes. However, this is what I was talking about in the beginning. Flattening out slavery as to where like all slavery is the same. No. The white Christian powers created, financed, and drove the global market for enslaved labor. They intensified. If the ancient world was already having indentured servants and prisoners of war and servanthood and whatever we're going to call it, these motherfuckers put that shit on 1,000. Chattel slaves, owned his property, stripped of everything. Right? Africans participated under pressure or for survival. You had no fucking choice. Were there some people that did not want to participate? Yes. What happened to them? You know what happened to them. Right? Listen to this. Europeans built the ships, owned the plantations, wrote the racial laws, and created the global economic system of slavery. Right? Chattel slavery. I should have put chattel fucking slavery in there. Without European demand, massive profits, and industrial scale transport, the transatlantic slave trade would never have reached the scale it did. Now, this is during the the shit he put on the screen. Let me see if I can go back and put it up for you. I want to show it to you, what he put on the screen. His video, he's bragging about all this shit the Christians are doing in the European countries. And I'm like, his argument is that you can see that when majority of white people became true Christians, you see a decline in slavery amongst Europeans, but you see an increase in slavery amongst everybody else. So the slavery didn't stop; it just transitioned. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. This whole notion of because he's saying, as a society becomes more Christian, you see less slavery. No, you see less slavery of other Christians, but you still see it. And I'm about to show it to you. Because guess what I'm about to do? I'm about to level the playing field with the paper bulls. Yes. People don't talk about this right here. I don't really hear people talk about this. I bring it up sometime. I see other people talk about it, but most people don't talk about the papal bulls because he's talking. He's showing you. I'm going off what he's saying. This was built off of his bullshit. Yeah, he was talking. He talking about how you can see during the 1400s Christians stopped enslaving Christians, and look what they did right here. Pope Nicholas V issued during the early Portuguese exploration of West Africa. What does it say? Gave the Portuguese the right to reduce their persons to perpetual slavery. Persons is Africans, right? So at the height of white people not enslaving white people, look what happened. The Pope now, the leader of the church, the true Christians, put it in motion. Hey, go over there. I need that. Enslave them all. Right? Look what it says. Invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens, which means Muslims, and pagans whatsoever. Pagans is everybody that's not Christian. Nobody in West Africa was Christian. Christianity ain't reached that far yet. I know they talk about Christianity in Ethiopia. That was the 4th century. Christianity didn't touch down in West Africa yet. So that means literally everybody, because nobody was Christian. Remember, the Muslims were already there. Remember, some Africans did convert to Islam. So all you had in Africa at the time was what? Pagans, people who didn't practice Christianity, and Muslims. That's everybody. Invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all. The same Christians that was abolishing slavery against other Christians, they did this at the height of that. Look at this. Laid the foundation for the Portuguese slave trade, especially in Africa. Yes, it did. Look at this now. So yes, you do see as people become more literate and they stop. As people become more literate and the white people in Europe begin to Christianize, they stop enslaving each other. Meaning, again, like I just said, the slavery didn't stop. They just moved it. And it got worse. Look at this, y'all. I put it all out. A lot of people don't know about this shit. That's why I made a PowerPoint. A lot of people don't know about this stuff. And that's all right. I got it for you. I got work for you. Look at this. This was the follow-up. Look at the year. Now, on his video, he says in 1477, Isabella of Spain banned slavery in newly conquered territory. This 1477. He thought that this point was good enough to put on his video. 1455, right before that. Look what happens. Look at this. It says, in 1493, he banned the slavery of Native Americans unless they were hostile or cannibals. Look at so they banned slavery in other places and then doing this right here. Look at this. It says focused on expanding Portuguese rights in Africa. Endorsed the perpetual enslavement of Africans. I'm trying to show you, wow, yes, white people stopped enslaving white people. They started enslaving Africans, black people, everybody that was not Christian. So his argument is that you can see a rise in abolition or opposition to slavery as the country becomes more Christian. Historically incorrect. Incorrect. No, that's not true. They're enslaving everybody else but themselves. Look at this. I made sure to put this on there. I can't even say the fucking word. Strengthened legal and religious support for the transatlantic slave trade. This was a religious movement. This was a Christian movement. Transatlantic slave trade don't happen without Christianity. So what I'm trying to get you to understand is people making 30-minute videos about how Christianity ended slavery does nothing when you see how the main slave trade that all the people know about, the one that really did the most damage for real, the one that made the most economic gain. Yeah, that one. That was a Christian movement. My whole point is don't make videos about how Christianity ended slavery if you're not going to make videos about this. If you're not going to make videos about the Romanus Pontifex, 1455, paper bull issued by Pope Nicholas V. You know, I don't want you to make videos about how Christianity ended slavery in America if you're not going to make videos about how Christianity started slavery in America. That's what these paper bulls is. That's why it's titled Leveling the Playing Field, because everybody want to fucking talk about how abolitionists relied on Christianity and slave owners relied on what, class? All right then, Christianity. Fuck wrong, fuck out my face. What we talking about? Everybody want to use Christianity and say, you know what I'm saying, black people should be Christian because Christians is the ones that ended slavery. Christians the ones that fucking started it in the country we in right now. Like, what we saying? What we saying? Yes, I made a whole fucking PowerPoint for this fucking video because everybody don't know about these paper bulls. Everybody don't know about the trans-Saharan slave trade. Everybody, if I know some of us seasoned veterans, we know every fucking thing. I ain't talking for this, ain't for you. You take your smart ass on. I ain't here for you. I'm up late night for the ones that don't know this shit. Everybody don't know this. So you got to understand, like, I wish there was a young black atheist making videos like this 5 years ago. Lord have mercy. I would have been there. I ain't know no better. So I'm like, well, shit, I got to look out for the motherfucker that's after me, coming after me. Who gonna tell them the truth? Ain't nobody sitting there waiting on me. So I got to be it. I got to do it. I got to put in the work. Yes, I did make all these fucking slides for this video, but it's really not about the video. I'm just using this bitch. To get my point across. I already felt this way. I just needed a vessel, Sunday K. I just needed a white bitch, a white slave. I just needed me. I need a tool. I found me a dumbass white Christian who's trying to brag about how Europeans did this, and man, fuck Europeans. And I'm not talking about, you know, I ain't talking about you. You know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about fuck them. Fuck them. Let's keep going. I'm almost through with this. Okay. This was in his video, it says 1493. Isabella of Spain banned slavery of Native Americans unless they were hostile or cannibals. And this says 1493 divided the New World between Spain and Portugal, gave them the right to evangelize and conquer newly discovered lands. And this is another point I want to bring up about slavery. Slavery ain't it. Slavery ain't the whole story. You know, people were not just enslaved. It wasn't just slavery. Identities, whole lands, whole tribes, whole communities, whole historical backgrounds, whole families, whole like traditions gone. It wasn't just we enslaved them. No, it's deeper than that. When you see the words conquer, no, when they conquer, they got rid of everything. I need all that gone. I don't even, what your name is? I don't even want your name to be that. Your name is John's son. Or give you a European name. Mark and Blake, Martha, and shit like that. No, all that, them Indian and African name, no, get that out the way. You got to understand, like, while these people were not enslaving each other, they was doing it to everybody else. That's all I'm trying to show you with these paper boards. You know, look at this. The Interkai Terror, is that the Interkai Terror? Yes. Interkai Terror 1493. You know, when they started discovering America. It divided the new world, even though people been living there long before they came. It's the new world. It's indigenous people were already here. Look at it. It says implicitly allowed the subjugation of indigenous peoples. used by colonizing powers to justify forced conversions and slavery. Stripped of everything, like I'm telling y'all. Names, groups, identity, culture, traditions, customs, systems, religious beliefs, spirituality, gone. I need all that off the map. Right? Now, 1537, it says, Paul III, they issued this paper bull. It says, response to reports of mistreatment of indigenous peoples in America. Declare that indigenous peoples are rational beings with souls. Stated that they should not be enslaved or deprived of liberty or property, even if they are non-Christian. So you can see that they had heart for the indigenous people. Watch this though. Now I want you to keep in mind something. It says, now look at the effect. It condemned the enslavement of Native Americans, indigenous people only. However, not always enforced and ignored by colonial powers, of course. Did not apply to Africans, meaning this paper bull right here, 1537, issued by Pope Paul III, they understood the agenda and still failed the fucking assignment. Did not apply to Africans. So as the nations became more Christian, as white people became more Christians, as they started reading their Bibles more, as they became more Christianized, they could differentiate between who they was going to enslave. Look at this at the bottom. After white Christians let Native American slaves go, tribes did own African slaves, especially in the southeastern United States. So we see what happens when, now remember what just happened to the Native Americans now. They were colonized, Christianized, and forced to practice European customs and traditions. And what do? What are they forced to do? Forced to enslave, incentivized to enslave, had no choice but to enslave. And I wanted to put this in there so people can understand like the nuance in the context. Not all Native Americans participated in slavery, even though they was forced into it, just like everybody else was forced into it. Just like all Africans didn't participate, all Native Americans didn't participate. Not everybody was okay with slavery. That's what I want y'all to understand. Many opposed slavery, and many did help runaway slaves. After the Civil War, the U.S. government forced the Native tribes to free slaves because some Native tribes did practice slavery, But from my research, I've noticed that, the same way that the Europeans introduced guns and turned Africa into an arms race, they did the Native Americans the same way. It was really like, I'm putting a gun up to your head and telling you, you can choose not to own slaves if you don't want to. But it was like, that was like the sign of power and shit to white Americans. So it's like, if you some Native Americans and y'all want to fucking keep your autonomy and be left alone and seen as powerful, you have no choice but to own slaves. I wanted to put this in a look at this. It says there are ongoing legal and cultural debates over whether Black descendants of enslaved people in these tribes should have full citizenship. You got Black people saying, we not from Africa. We Native Americans. It's a reason why you think that. It's a reason why you think that in your mind. Right? Yes, Native. Yes, if Native Americans own Black slaves and they're forced to let those slaves go, doesn't it make sense that some of the African ex-slaves would assimilate into the indigenous population? Now you got Black people saying, we the Indians. No, historically incorrect. No. Have Blacks and indigenous people made it? That's a no-brainer. Have we been a part of their tribes due to like our enslavement and all this other shit? Yes. Are we them? No. No. I put this in there for this exact reason so I can bring this up to black people talking about we the fucking Indians, we the fucking Israelites. No, Jesus, no. Stop the nonsense, stop the bullshit, stop the madness. Are there Africans who were a part of these Native American tribes? Yes, but it was because of slavery. We were not always here. Yes, I have found research saying we were here before the Europeans. That does not make us the indigenous people. Yes, indigenous people have dark skin. Yes, and we, similarities, resemblances. We mate, they birth children. Take pride in where you're from. 9 times out of 10, if you're an African, black, African American, and you're over here, you are a descendant of Africans that were brought on ships. I want you to take, we have cultures and ethnic backgrounds and identities in Africa. Now, have we been displaced and do we got to figure out where the fuck part we come from? Yes. But I don't want you to take pride in a whole different group of people's ethnicity and culture and not your own. I be doing research on them all, but that's off topic. But yes, so Native Americans did own slaves. Yes, indigenous people did own slaves. They really had no choice. Dog eat dog world. You got to understand what they assimilated into. European white Christian country. They love slavery back then. They probably still wish we can go back. So when you're forced to convert to their type of ideology, you're gonna do what they do. Let's keep going. I'm almost through. Now look at the year. I want you to look at the year of the other one. Hold on, let me go back. Shit. No, right there. This 1537. Look at this one. Oh, yeah. Look at the date of this paper bull. Too little, too late. We talking about 1839. Paper bulls, Christians were like, this too little, too late. It says, this paper bull was issued by Pope Gregory. I don't know what this number is. I ain't look it up. I ain't think to look it up. I think it's like the 16th. Look like, yeah, I think that's the 16th or whatever. Or I don't fucking know. But yeah, I forgot what the X mean. I know the V mean 5, but I forgot what the X mean. I forgot to look it up. But basically, growing global abolitionist movements and criticism of slavery, strongly condemn the slave trade. Okay, so we see the white folks, the white Christians, the majority Christian populations. We see them start getting it right. 1839. Let me go through this quicker. Okay. So 1839 issued this paper bull, seen as a clear moral rejection of slavery. Wow, they got it right finally. Hold up. Okay. Let's keep going. I'm gonna play some more of this video. I talk more than I react to video because I don't know. I just want to talk, but I gotta get out what I want to say. I'm losing my voice too.
By the time of the discovery of the New World, most slavery in Christian Europe had been abolished, as it was seen as sinful for Christians to enslave other Christians.
It was seen as sinful for white people to enslave other white people.
Catherine Gerbner says, the enslavement of Christians was uncontroversial during Roman times, but the decline of slavery in northwestern Europe, combined with the threat of Islam in Iberia and the Mediterranean, gradually led to a consensus within Christendom that Christians should not enslave other Christians. Europeans began to look elsewhere for slave labor. Soon the transatlantic slave trade was underway. where Africans were bought and taken to Europe and the Americas to serve as slaves. Most were not Christians, and so this was justification for many Europeans to enslave them. In fact, Gerbner notes in the Americas, many plantation owners actively tried to prevent their slaves from learning about Christianity, for fear this would mean they would have to set them free.
So, hold on. Because I want to go back a little bit.
To serve as slaves. Most were not Christians, and so this was justification for many Europeans to enslave them. In fact, Gerbner notes in the Americas, many plantation owners actively tried to prevent their slaves from learning about Christianity, for fear this would mean they would have to set them free.
Yeah, because I want to say this, there are verses in the Bible that preach like equality and love your neighbor and all of us are equal under God, and there are verses where you read them, it's like, you can, like, want to be treated fairly. There are some verses where you can be like, damn, like, why they treat me like this? According to the Bible, they're supposed to treat me like this, like this, like this. There are verses like that. So I understand at first, though, because you got to understand, I did some research on this. And at first, the slave owners did not want to convert the Africans to Christianity because they feared that they might see the verses about equality and shit, and they might want to be treated equally. But as we gonna get into it, but as if we actually see what was really going on, the pictures never how they painted, y'all. So I talked about the paper bulls leveling the playing field. I gotta get. I'm gonna go through this real quick. Then I promise we're gonna get through this. We're gonna get through it. My live streams be long. We're gonna get through it. So I talked about the paper bulls in opposition to him bringing up how there was less slavery when white people became more Christian. I was just trying to show you that the oppression and the subjugation still was there. They just put it on Africans and indigenous people of America. Now, when it comes to like the paper bulls and why were the Christians enslaving Africa, enslaving Africans, why were they, why was all this going on? You got to understand. And I'm just going to skim through this. This just for the people that do not know why we have all this shit we have today. So it's why did this happen in the first place? Muslims versus Christians. Okay. This is real quick. I'm just giving you just want to show you a timeline of like the different conflicts and wars between Muslims and Christians. Because a lot of people don't know that we wouldn't be in this boat if it wasn't for Muslims and Christians. You see, early Muslim domination, right? You got to ask yourself a question. Who were the Muslims dominating? What areas were the Muslims dominating? Who were in the areas that the Muslims were taking over? Christians. So, look at these wars, right? Early 700s, early Islamic conquest. They started conquering shit the same way the Christians do. They did it, taking over shit. You know what I'm saying? The Byzantines would be the Christians, y'all. So when you see the word Byzantine, that's the Christians. Look at the 638. Muslims captured Jerusalem from the Christians, the Byzantine Empire. So I'm just trying to skim so you can see what was going on, why you have the paper bulls, why was all this going on, right? Look at again, just more wars, more conflict between Christians and Muslims. You can pause the video if you need to like look through these. You can research them all separately. I'm just trying to show the people that don't know of the different wars and conflicts and battles between Muslims and Christians. I'm just going through it real quick. Right? A lot of people know about the Crusades, but remember if you go back to the other slide, the Muslims took Jerusalem, Christians wanted it back. You got crusades, second crusade, all this shit, third crusade. All of this is wars between Muslims and Christians. Muslims and Christians. So, like, all of these paper bulls about go into Africa and take over all Muslims, all pagans. This was going on. They was fighting over land, fighting over fighting over territory, conquering. This was going on during this time. The Ottoman were the Muslims, the Byzantine were the Christians. So again, you can pause it. If you don't know about any of these wars, you can pause it and like go research them. I just wanted to put all the ones that I done looked into on it. And I be trying to tell people, like, Muslims and Christians they did this. Because if warfare and tribal conflict existed everywhere, then that was just a thing of the ancient world. But religious and race-based slavery came with these people, Arabs and Europeans, right? Look at this. Christian European powers began colonizing Muslim majority lands in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia. What I got next? Okay, no. Okay, I know what this for. So, and I'm about to add this, then we're gonna get back into it. What I wanted to add, the reason why I wanted to stop right here and go to this is because I wanted to talk about the paper, the paper bulls and whatever like that. You got to understand that Muslims dominated the area and the trade routes. And so with the whole Christopher Columbus thing, the white Europeans was like, we need to find a way to India to get to the spices around the Muslims, because they wanted to find another way around Africa to get to India, right? So they sent Columbus. He was doing recon. No, I know that they told you that he discovered America. No, he was really trying to get to India. And so the Europeans were trying to find a way to get to the spices around the Muslims, the Christians, and this was conflict between the Christians and the Muslims. They discovered America trying to get to India. So once they discovered America, that is when it's like, damn, we ain't got to worry about them Muslims no more. We can take over this shit. That's what has happened. They get over there. They meet the indigenous people, realize they took advantage of the indigenous people. That's where you get Thanksgiving at. Killed all of them, brought diseases and shit with them, and damn near wiped all of them out. They couldn't perform the work, so they needed slaves. That's when they start issuing paper bulls. Okay, you can go to Africa, enslave all Muslims, enslave all Africans. This is how this happened. This is what you get. You kill off all the indigenous people. You need labor. You need workers. Damn, what about the Muslims and them pagans in Africa? Go get that. I mean, I'm the leader of the church. I can write whatever the fuck I want. Go over there, enslave those Muslims. Go get everybody that's not Christian. Enslave they motherfucking ass. Introduce guns. Incite wars, and intensify what's already there. Intensify the conflict that's already there. Make everything worse. Turn Africa to an arms race. Now you letting the work do it for you. Now you letting it's on autopilot now. Now you got Africans with guns bringing you other prisoners of war. Take the prisoners of war to the Americas. Fast forward, we here today. This is how all this happened. Over Christians and Muslims. So I was just trying to set the stage for when white people talk about abolitionists in Europe. I'm like, at that exact same time, they was doing this. black people leave Christianity and go to Islam, I'm like, you do realize that their hands are just as bloody, if not bloodier, because theirs lasted longer. It's like when you look at what has happened, you cannot deny, you can't act like these religions were not involved. You can't say it was the people and not the real Muslims. It was the people and not the real Christians. No. That's the only reason why I wanted to bring that part up about the different wars, the different conflict, the trade, Christopher Columbus. All this shit go together. You can't talk about slavery without talking about the Muslim and the Ottoman Empire, the Byzantine, the Christians, and everybody going to war, and the trade routes getting taken over by the Muslims, and the Christians trying to find another. All this shit go together. You don't have slavery in America without that. How do you think you get the transatlantic slave trade? I'm sweating. But yeah. Let me keep going. I'm gonna where I'm at. Okay, I see where I'm at. Let's get it.
Missionaries who arrived in the colonies were horrified to learn of this. They often tried to deal with the situation from learning about Gardner notes in the Americas. Many plantation owners actively tried to prevent their slaves from learning about Christianity, for fear this would mean they would have to set them free. Missionaries who arrived in the colonies were horrified to learn of this. They often tried to deal with the situation by attempting to convince slave owners that converting their slaves would not mean immediate manumission. Sometimes this worked, which allowed missionaries to convert some Africans to Christianity, but more often masters actively worked to prevent their slaves from hearing about Christianity, fearing knowledge of the Bible would mean they would seek freedom. In Barbados, Quaker missionaries were fined and persecuted. Slave rebellions were often linked to proselytizing, and governors had legitimate reasons to fear that converted slaves were more likely to seek freedom.
Okay. Let me go back a little bit. Okay. Well, no, I know what he's saying. So I just want you to take a look at this right quick before I go back to my PowerPoint. But it says missionaries attempted to convince slave owners that converting their slaves would not mean immediate manumission. Manumission is freedom. Sometimes this work, which allowed missionaries to convert some Africans to Christianity. More often, masters actively work to prevent their slaves from hearing about Christianity. So what he's trying to do, he's trying to show you how slave owners did not want their slaves to know about or to practice Christianity. And we're going to go to my slide because I looked into this, and he's right, he's wrong, he's dishonest, and the shit is disgusting. So he is right. In the beginning, slave owners did not want their Christians, I said Christians. In the beginning, slave owners did not want enslaved Africans to practice Christianity. Some, a lot of them was like, no, because then they're gonna be reading this shit about, all of us should be treated equal and shit. I ain't got time. So yes, at first there were slave owners who did not want their slaves practicing Christianity. Yes, but as you can see, as time goes on, that died down. That died down completely. So I say he's right because yes, in the beginning, slave owners did not want slaves to have the full version of Christianity with all the verses about loving your neighbor and shit. Okay. But where I say he's wrong, dishonest, and disgusting is because although, yes, slave owners didn't want you practicing Christianity like they practice it, that does not mean your spiritual systems, your spiritual practices, your religious beliefs or your spirituality were protected. So I don't want you practicing my religion, but I'm gonna definitely strip you of yours. So the flex, I guess, because I'm thinking about if a black Christian watches this video, they're gonna be like, damn, Christianity is so good, they didn't even want us to practice it. It's some shit missing out that story, Playboy. You were still stripped of who you are. Your spiritual practices and beliefs were still demonized. You were still dehumanized. You were still stripped of your name, your ancestry, where you're from, your culture. All of that shit was stripped from you. So yes, he can say some slave owners didn't want Africans practicing Christianity. That's not the full story. What are we talking about here? Look at this. Slaveholders and colonial powers worked hard to erase or control African spiritual, religious practices, y'all. Look at this. Saw them as dangerous, subversive, or heathen. So you can, I mean, people were still stripped of who they are. That is the biggest takeaway. I don't want you to be talking about, look at my God, look at my religion. If my religion was so bad, why they didn't want us practicing it? They still stripped you of yours. Look at this. They banned drumming and dancing, outlawing religious gatherings without white supervision. So it's like, what's the real flex here? I was like, no, he right. But then I kept looking. I'm like, he's like, this don't do nothing. Because what they did was still wrong, dishonest, and disgusting. And him not bringing it up is dishonest, wrong, and disgusting. Why are you bringing up, oh, they didn't want y'all practicing Christianity at first because they thought y'all was going to want to be treated equally. Like, that's not the flex they think that's not the flex he thought it was. And so what happened? Spirituality was driven underground. Despite them working overtime to ban all of our shit, keep us from practicing our shit, look what we did. We practice in secret. This is the second one the second one is key. We syncretized, I think the word is. Fused what we had going on with Christianity, and basically like undermine them. Like, yeah, I'm gonna play like I'm a Christian, but I'm really underneath it. I'm keeping true to who I am, and man, I'm still paying homage to the ancestors. And so again, yes, in the beginning, I did find that some slave owners did not want African slaves practicing Christianity, but that shit died down. They immediately was like, well, let's give them the tainted version. That's where things like the slave Bible come into picture. You know, like I was saying, when slave owners did allow Christianity, it was often forced through white preachers. Slaves were taught to obey masters, not rebel. So it's like there are verses where you could be preaching about equality, but you better be sure there are damn show verses preaching about obeying your fucking master. You know, independent religious meetings by enslaved people were banned. A lot of people don't know this. Yes, they were banned, especially after events like Nat Turner's Rebellion, 1831. Look that up if you haven't. I was going to include it, but for the sake of time, I ain't included. I knew I was going to be talking my ass off. So, which comes to this right here, like the dishonesty. Like, yeah, you can flex it. Like, he didn't even say at first. I'm like, This clearly is like early 1700s. What about the 1800s and after? He chose to omit that. Like, yes, there were instances where slave owners did not want slaves practicing Christianity in the beginning. Why you leave out the rest? That don't make sense to me. Excuse me. So I'm telling you the part he left out. So he was right. I put now what he said. I made sure I put it in there. So he was right. 1700s. Some slave owners like, no. After that, let's talk about what he left out. This is the part I try to get black people to talk. Listen. This is the part I try to get black people to understand all the time. Christianity was used as a tool to control your people. Right? Look at this. Missionaries and slave owners taught a manipulated form of Christianity, emphasizing obedience and servitude, because there are verses in the Bible about, treating people right. There are, I'm not gonna lie and say it ain't verses in there like that. Like, I'm anti-religion, but I can read and be like, that ain't a bad verse. However, verses like this are in there. Slaves, obey your earthly masters. Ephesians 6:5. Like, come on. And look at the bottom. This is what we do with everything fucked up and bad. We persevere. Enslaved people reinterpreted Christianity for themselves. We always do this. This is what we do. Like, think about chitlins. They gave us the worst part of the animal. What we do? We turned that bitch into some soul food. They gave us the scraps. We turned it into, sacred. Make shit look good. Make shit feel good. This is what we do. Whatever you give us, we're going to make that shit work. We're going to make it look good. And that's what we did with Christianity. So, Christianity is not ours. It was never ours. But if they going to force it on us, we're going to do what we always do. Whatever we touch is gold. So that's what we did with Christianity. Syncretized it. Infused what we was already doing in it. Reinterpreted the religion. That's what we did. Look at the last one. Developing a liberating Black Christian theology. That's what we do. If you're going to give us something that's going to keep us in bondage, we're going to take it and turn it into a liberating Black Christian theology. That's what we do. That's what we did. But as I was saying, spiritual suppression sparked cultural resistance. Even under suppression, African spiritual influence survived because that's what we do. This is us. They weren't gonna stop this shit, even if they prayed to Yahweh and Jesus, it wasn't gonna stop us. Whatever religion you forced on them, we gonna make that shit work. And all I'm trying to tell people is we made it work because we ain't have no fucking choice. But now, no, you can say the truth out loud. You can walk and chew gum. Yes, we turned it into a liberating movement, but fuck this religion. We don't need it. We don't need it. I can't say we didn't need it back then. We ain't had no fucking choice, but we don't need it today for sure. They try to suppress us. No, it don't matter. So I just wanted to bring all this up because he is right, but he left out some information. This is for people who want to and the StreamYard logo on the way. Shit. Fuck. I didn't think about the StreamYard logo when I made this. I really made this for the people who kind of wanted it. It was it's like a chart. A compact version of all I just said, basically. So if you want, you can screenshot this or some shit. I just made this for people who might want to screenshot it. I just took the time. It was there. I said I could do it, so I did it. It's not for everybody. You ain't got to read all this. This is for the people who want it. You know, I just wanted to make it. Shit, I actually screenshotted myself because I always wanted something like this, like a little breakdown. So I took the time out to do it. If you like it, cool. If you don't need it, you know all this, that's cool. It's just for the people who might not know. So yeah. Because some of it is already what I said, but I wanted to, like, you know, make a concise version of it because I talk too much. All right, hold on. Let's get back into it. I promise I'm finna go through it quick now. Okay, let's get it. Let's get it. Make sure y'all like the video. Subscribe if you new. If you like this, I wish the StreamYard logo went in the way. Man, StreamYard, that shit went from $20 a month. It's like $50 a month. I'm like, man, when I started going live more, I'll pay for that shit. But I was like, damn, I ain't want to pay for that. So that's why you see the StreamYard logo. You wouldn't see it, but you see it because I didn't want to pay for that shit. I was being stubborn. But if you can see what's missing right there, that says, yeah, what enslaved Africans were not allowed to, shit, I can't even see it, believe in, yeah, or practice. But yeah, thought this was a cool little breakdown. If you fuck with it. Let's go. So basically, to reiterate, I said all of that to say he's painting a picture, but he's not painting the whole picture. Like, just this dishonest. That's why that title was right, wrong, dishonest, and disgusting. Because this subject, man, you ain't got to do that. You ain't got to do that. If you can't defend your religion while also telling the whole truth, then just stop telling these half-truths and shit like Christianity wasn't forced on slaves and shit. Like, no, stop sugarcoating this shit. That's how I just wanted to bring that slide up to show, like, you ain't got to do that. If you're going to talk about how at first they didn't want people, if you're going to talk about how at first they didn't want slaves practicing Christianity, you can say that, but if you're going to bring that up, keep fucking going. Talk about the rest.
Governors had legitimate reasons to fear that converted slaves were more likely to seek freedom. Gerbner says, it was easy for abolitionists to claim that the Sugar Islands were islands of depravity and to evoke the deep well of criticism, focusing on the planters' refusal to convert their slaves. Planters' failure to even pay lip service to the missionary movement enraged abolitionists in Europe, who made strong and successful arguments against the slave trade on moral and religious grounds.
Now, there are exceptions to the rule. However, as I've already showed what was going on for the majority of Europeans during this time. So I'm okay with, like, I don't have an issue with abolitionists. If that's what they was on, cool. I'm just saying this is not the true Christianity. True Christians, majority of Christians, because religion ain't based on fact, it's based on belief. So who are you to tell majority of Europeans they were not real Christians during this time? No. Trying to point out look at the abolitionists. No. The real Christians, majority of the real Christians was on some bullshit. So you get a hand clap. We do have instances of European Christians wanting slavery abolished, not the majority. And so all I'm saying is, don't paint this narrative as if this is what Christianity really looks like. No, historically incorrect. No.
In Catholic regions, priests often fought for the rights of slaves and worked to purchase many to grant them their freedom. Robert Fogel notes priests worked to outlaw the most extreme abuses and punish masters who abused slaves. It was the aim of the Spanish Church to preserve as much of the legal personality of the slave as possible, including the right to full Christian communion, and through the sanctity of the Spanish Church, the right to marriage and parenthood. These principles, it argued, led to the Spanish Church to defend the right of slaves to personal security, to private property, and to the purchase of their own freedom.
again, you have instances of like you. This is not a flex. This don't mean shit. It don't mean shit. It does not. You know, I'm not when I see shit like this, it's like what is this supposed to do? I'm gonna keep saying it. The overwhelming majority was in favor and on bullshit. They were real Christians too. So that cancels out this bullshit. I mean, no, this not bullshit because, you know, some better than none. If motherfuckers was like, man, damn, I can't take this. Treat the slaves better. That's better than nothing. But that ain't shit compared to what they could have been doing. If they claiming they got this shit from God. If they claiming they got contact with an all-knowing God. The God don't fucking exist because Yahweh ain't real, but if they believing that the God is real and all this bullshit, they could have did better. Well, I guess they couldn't have done better because the God does not condemn the shit because the God didn't write the shit. But you see what I'm getting at? It's like religion. Listen to me. Religion is for control. How are you going to say some shit that's for control ended control? Some shit that's designed to enslave the mind freed slaves. Some shit that's meant for slavery. That don't even make fucking sense. Clearly, there are good people who are Christian. There are bad people who are Christian. If you take away the Christianity, the good people will do good and the bad people will still do bad. That's like even like this notion of I don't even know what he's trying to say. They're not doing good because they're Christian, because before Christianity, we see people doing good. So it's not Christianity. It's like, look at what Christianity is doing. But if that's your argument, I'm like, look at what Christianity is doing. I knew an ad was about. I said an ad.
Need to run Windows on your Mac? Parallels Desktop.
Despite slave owners' efforts, slaves often did seek conversion, often in hopes it would help them gain freedom.
It's fucking crazy. You heard this, dude? Slaves seeked conversion. What percentage? What percentage of slaves seek conversion? What percentage were forced? What percentage were coerced? Like, what are we talking about? Slaves seeked conversion is crazy. Under what circumstances? You got a gun to my fucking head and I ain't got no choice but to seek. Like, what we talking about here? Wow. That's what I'm saying. These motherfuckers be just saying shit.
Despite slave owners' efforts, slaves often did seek conversion, often in hopes it would help them gain freedom.
So he's basically saying the slave owners was the ones that didn't want the Christians. I mean, the slave owners are the ones that didn't want the enslaved Africans to practice Christianity. But the enslaved Africans are the ones that wanted to convert to Christianity in hopes of being free. That's what he's saying, right? Like my brain, I'm talking about, I'm fried at this point. Like, nigga, what? Is that it? Like, what are we talking about here? What are we saying? Is that it? That's the picture. That's the picture you painted. That's what you want black Christians to look at. So wait a minute. My people wanted to be Christian. It was the slave owner that didn't want us to be Christian. Like, what? Come on, dog. Come on, dog. Dishonesty, boy. Boy, he did good with this video. That's terrible.
Despite the private property and to the purchase of their own freedom. Despite slave owners' efforts, slaves often did seek conversion, often in hopes it would help them gain freedom. As that increased in frequency, slave owners began to redefine slavery around whiteness instead of religious affiliation. Many attempted to argue that slavery was compatible with Christianity. But as the number of African Christians grew, this became harder to do. Black slaves who became knowledgeable of the Bible began preaching a theology of liberation and demanding equal treatment. Catherine Gerbner says, "The black embrace of Protestantism forced whites to reconsider the relationship between religion, freedom, and slavery. By joining churches and participating in Protestant rituals, enslaved and free black Christians implicitly undermined the ideology of mastery and religious exclusivity that formed the cornerstone of Protestant supremacy. Enslaved and free Christians also read and interpreted scripture in new ways that challenged white Christian culture."
Boy. This man is terrible. Like, what are you? What? You see what he said? He quoting this book. It's like, bro, like, stop quoting these books like this. It's not helping your case. Like, by joining churches and participating in Protestant rituals, enslaved and free black Christians implicitly undermine the ideology of mastery and religious exclusivity that formed the cornerstone of Protestant supremacy. Enslaved and free Christians. Enslaved and free Christians also read and interpreted scripture in new ways that challenged white Christian culture. Oh my gosh. So, can I put this in? Let me translate this for you. Majority of Christians were for slavery. Majority of true Christians were for slavery. A minority group opposed it. And so, like, he's literally spilling the beans when he says, read and interpreted scripture in new ways. That indicates that scripture has been interpreted pro-slavery this whole fucking time. Of course, black people who are enslaved gonna read liberation out from the book, because that's what we do. You put us in a hole, we trying to get out. But how don't you see that? You're saying that the same religion that is mostly pro-slavery ended slavery. Jesus. Like, who are the, like, this is what I'm tripping about. It's like the people that are trying to abolish slavery, who is their direct opponent? Christians. Ugh. And I would argue, even if we weren't Christian, we would have still been fighting for our fucking freedom. It's not like the whole nation's Christian. So everybody that's for slavery and against slavery, of course they all gonna be fucking Christian if everybody Christian. But us, it's like, I'm pretty sure enslaved people gonna try to, fight for their freedom, regardless of a religious belief. That don't even, like, that's not the deciding factor. You put me in chains, I'm trying to get out whether I believe in a flying spaghetti monster or not. So the picture he's painting around Christianity, it'll have a black Christian that need this type of video. It'll have them like, damn, this give me all the evidence I need. It's the white folk that didn't want us to believe in Jesus. We wanted to believe in Jesus. White people didn't want us to believe. White people didn't want us to be Christian because they knew we was going to want our freedom. Boy, talk about nutcases, man. Is it too crazy that we use the mythology they forced on us to fight for our freedom? Shit, we'll use whatever you gave us, we would have used that to fight for our freedom. Like that's not. Let's keep going. This shit is stupid.
Over time, more and more committed white Christians began to see slavery as incompatible with Christianity.
Ugh. I'm gonna give them that one. I'm gonna let them have that one. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna let them have that one.
Over time, more and more committed white Christians began to see slavery as incompatible with Christianity.
This is true. However, you gonna towards the end, you're gonna see what I'm talking about. You probably gonna like slavery is not all. I just want y'all to know that slavery is not all. They talk about slavery like this is look, we abolished slavery. That's not the whole picture. That's not the whole picture.
In 693, Quakers led by George Keith printed the first anti-slavery protest. Then the Puritan, Judge Samuel Sewell, published the first anti-slavery tract in 1700, called The Selling of Joseph. Freed slave Phyllis Wheatley wrote, "In every human breast, God has implanted a principle, which we call love of freedom. It is impatient of oppression, and pants for delivery. And by the leave of our modern Egyptians, I will assert the same principle lives in us. God grant deliverance in his own way and time." Historian D.B. Davis said, "Early anti-slavery writers like James Ramsey and Granville Sharp repeatedly identified the theory of racial inferiority with Hume, Voltaire, and materialistic philosophy in general. They explicitly presented their attacks on slavery as a vindication of Christianity, moral accountability, and the unity of mankind." Within the Quaker movement,
I'm gonna let them rock. Like what? Early anti-slavery writers like James Ramsey and Granville Sharp repeatedly identified the theory of racial inferiority with Hume, Voltaire, and materialistic philosophy in general. They explicitly presented their attacks on slavery as vindication of
Christianity, moral accountability, and the unity of mankind.
All I'm saying is, why are you acting like Christians didn't enslave based on Christianity? Why are you acting like that? Like, why are you acting as if this version of Christianity you got in your head had nothing to do with slavery, never participated? Like, no. Oh, this is the pot calling the kettle black. How you gonna criticize or how you gonna quote an author that's saying this while also ignoring what Christians, true Christians, have used Christianity to do? What is this? He said, identify the theory of racial inferiority with Hume, Voltaire, and materialistic philosophy in general. And we just read the Papal Bulls where Christians were given authority to enslave everybody that were not Christian. Yes, slavery was race-based, and yes, slavery was Christian-based as well. Yes.
Within the Quaker movement, anti-slavery sentiments continued to grow as abolitionists continued to argue from Scripture. By 1758, the yearly meeting of Quakers condemned slavery and threatened to exclude any member who participated in the slave trade. Although abolitionists began to grow in multiple denominations throughout this period, it was the Quakers who were the first to become a majority of abolitionists. Within the British Empire, the Quakers began a political campaign in 1787 to end slavery once and for all. Within 25 years, by arguing from scripture and moral convictions, their coalition managed to win a parliamentary majority, and in roughly 50 years, they managed to emancipate all black slaves in the British colonies.
If you've never broken a single bone, you might be one of us.
They successfully formed alliances with Methodists and evangelicals in the Anglican Church, and formed the London Abolition Committee, and then they launched an elaborate campaign in Britain to win the people to their side. John Wesley worked with the committee to preach abolition throughout a network of churches, as well as distributing tracts that made the scriptural case against slavery. Josiah Wedgwood created their motto, "Am I not a man and a brother?" which was based on Genesis 1 and Acts 17:26. Hannah More urged her readers to respect his image, which they bear. They still are men, and men should still be free. The campaign was so successful that between 1791 and 1792, 519 abolitionist petitions reached Parliament with over 400,000 signatures, which was 1 out of every 11 adults. With this kind of popular support, abolition became a serious issue in Parliament. One of the men who joined the Abolition Committee early on was an Anglican member of Parliament, William Wilberforce. Due to his...
Hold on. Nah, okay. I think I missed my... Let me go back. I missed my mark a little bit. Hold on. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, I done read this video. I done watched this video like 3 times.
In 1787, to end slavery once and for all.
Within the British Empire, the Quakers began a political campaign in 1787 to end slavery. Again, I'm not saying there weren't good white folks. All I'm saying is to act like these are the only true Christians is crazy. But I want let's. So I wanted to show this right here because he keeps. I don't know. Did I hit the mark already? I don't think I hit it. Yeah, I did hit it already. This is actually where I was supposed to stop at. So, just damn. Can y'all see that? Yeah, y'all can see it. So basically, these are groups of people and empires that abolished slavery with little to no Christian influence. You can like screenshot this or pause it and take notes and or like write this down and look them up. But yes, so we see evidence of Christianity being abolished in other places, regardless, no Christian influence. So what I'm trying to show you is that people, regardless of whichever religion, evolving morality is going to get the job done every time. So yes, Christians did. Now let me go on record by saying this. Yes, Christians did influence a lot of other people to abolish slavery, but there are places and people groups that did not practice slavery at all. There are places where they abolished slavery without the Christian influence, without pressure from Christians. So we've seen it done. Him saying Christianity ended slavery undermines everybody else that ended slavery without Christianity. You know, not everybody was exposed to Christianity that abolished slavery, got rid of it. So this is just a little, just like a little chart to show that. What's next? Oh, all white, all Christ. Okay, yeah, just a little chart to show that. Yeah. All right, we're gonna go back to the video. I just wanted to show this for reference. So if you see this, take a picture or like, I had to look into it for a little bit just to see like, were there instances where people abolished slavery, didn't practice slavery, or, you know, without Christianity? And there was. So now we got to have a conversation about, well, what the fuck was their problem? What was they using, if not the Bible? Oh God. I know this live stream long. We gotta get through it. Let's go. Yep. I know. I saw it. I just looked down and saw that. Yep. I was watching your video. I was like, damn. That's when I went to look it up. When I saw you, when I heard I said, let me go look that up. I was like, damn. I had to put that in my slide. Put that in my slides. Man, thank you. I need that confirmation. This video longer than I thought it was gonna be. I talk so much. I know. I had a lot I wanted to say. I didn't know how to say it all. It took me 2 days to get this shit together. I'm gonna try to get through it. Because I want to get to the end. I want to try to get through it. I got some good stuff at the end. I want to try to get through it. Oh man. Okay, let's go. So basically, I'm showing that Christians ain't the only ones doing this Quaker shit. You know what I'm saying? They weren't the only other places they weren't called Quakers, but they wasn't the only ones quaking. They weren't the only ones, they weren't the only ones.
Within 25 years.
Yep. I ain't forgot. I got it marked on my calendar. I ain't forgot. I got to check in with everybody else to make sure that they still coming. Because I told them, they said they was coming, so it's gonna be good. Yeah. I'm ready. The album comes out 5 days after that. Both albums come out, so it's like that'd be a good way to like get everybody hyped for it. So I'm ready. I'm ready.
By arguing from scripture and moral convictions, their coalition managed to win a parliamentary majority, and in roughly 50 years, they managed to emancipate all black slaves in the British colonies. They successfully formed alliances with Methodists and evangelicals in the Anglican Church, and formed the London Abolition Committee, and then they launched an elaborate campaign in Britain to win the people to their side. John Wesley worked with the committee to preach abolition throughout a network of churches, as well as distributing tracts that made the scriptural case against slavery. Josiah Wedgwood created their motto, "Am I not a man and a brother?" which was based on Genesis 1 and Acts 17:26. Hannah More urged her readers to respect his image, which they bear. They still are men, and men should still be free. The campaign was so successful.
So I'm just adding it in again. I'm not knocking that there were people, there were people, but this is not the overwhelming majority of nobody. It wasn't. So I'm not, I can't say everybody was bad. No. All Christians weren't bad during this time. I ain't gonna say that. I just don't like when people use these small instances or use these people as like evidence that, ooh, look, Christianity. But it's like, no. All of these movements, all of these people he's bringing up, their opponents, their opposition was Christians. So it's like, what are they using outside of Christianity? If everybody's Christian, what else are they using? Right? It can't be just the Bible.
That between 1791 and 1792, 519 abolitionist petitions reached Parliament with over 400,000 signatures, which is 1 out of every 11 adults. With this kind of popular support, abolition became a serious issue in Parliament. One of the men who joined the Abolition Committee early on was an Anglican member of Parliament, William Wilberforce. Due to his moral and religious convictions, he dedicated his life to ending slavery. In 1791, he was able to bring a bill up for vote to abolish the slave trade, which failed.
Now, I did watch Michael video earlier, and he knows way more about this guy than I do. I had a little time. I did look him up a little bit. I have not done extensive research on this dude. So what I'm about to say comes straight from Michael. I only saw Michael video. I've only watched Michael video and then I did mine. So from what I got from Michael's video is that this guy did he did fight to like abolish the slave trade, but not slavery. Like, if I'm Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, but this guy was saying if you abolish the slave trade, but like promote marriage and childbearing, you know, you won't lose profit or whatever. That's what I got earlier from watching Michael video. But yeah, so a lot of these Quakers and shit, you gotta really look into them. I need to look into them and see what they really was about. Oh, you missed a lot. You missed a lot. Motherfucker, like, I hope I just got here. Hope I did. Yeah, you missed a lot. But it's good. It's good. You just have to go back and like get to it. But no, yeah. So a lot of these Quakers, you got to look into them for yourself and see what they really was about. Because he's using this guy, but like, you know, everybody that was a Quaker wasn't fully on board, and it's like it's nuance, it's different levels to it. So I'm not knocking that there were white folks that was like, man, hell no, them black folks are our brothers. We don't need to enslave none of them. I'm not knocking that. I'm sure there was something like that. I'm just saying we can't use this as like, look, Christianity. No. Let's keep going. I'm trying to get through this. I want to get to the end.
In 1795, he brought it up again, which also failed. Similar bills he introduced lost in 1796, 97, 98, 99, 1802, 04, and 05. But over the years, support for his cause slowly began to grow. In 1805, Wilberforce decided to change his tactics, stating, "If we cannot stop the whole of this accursed traffic, it is much to stop half of it." He called on Prime Minister William Pitt to ban slavery in the recently captured territories of Dutch Guiana and the French Islands. Since it fell to the Prime Minister to regulate trade in captured territories, Pitt could accomplish this by decree. The abolitionists were able to argue for this move from economic reasons, as incorporating the new territories threatened to increase the share of sugar entering the English market, which would cause prices to dramatically drop. Shortly after, Pitt passed away, and the new cabinet that was formed was comprised of a majority of abolitionists for the first time. They quickly passed a bill that ratified Pitt's decree and extended it to all foreign colonies, which brought an end to 3/4 of the British slave trade. 6 months later, the full slave trade was abolished. But they didn't stop there. British abolitionists began to pressure other nations to follow suit. In 1813, Sweden agreed to abolish the slave trade. Then Holland, France, and Vienna did as well the following year. Spain ended the slave trade in 1817. All slaves in the British Empire were finally emancipated in 1838. And during this period, Britain went on the offensive. Between 1820 and 1870, the British Navy captured nearly 1,600 slave ships and freed 150,000 slaves. Due to pressure, France passed emancipation in 1848. British India ended slavery in 1861, and all slavery was illegal in India by 1876. Within less than a century, due to the religious campaigns that sparked the political campaigns, Britain went from engaging in the slave trade to actively fighting it. The last great assault for British abolitionists was the Islamic slave trade. David Livingstone worked for years as a missionary in Africa and was shocked by the horrific treatment of slaves in the Islamic world. He campaigned in Britain that they must pour into the continent to end the abominable practice.
Now, I'm not against, like, I do think Islamic treatment of slaves was terrible. It's just like when Christians bring it up, I'm just paying attention to how they bring up Islam. And I'm like, so you know how to do what I'm asking you to do. You just don't do it for your religion, but you make sure to do it for the Muslims. Because, like, he's talking about the Muslim treatment of slaves, Islamic treatment of slaves. I'm like, what did the Muslims do that the Christians did not? And vice versa. I'm fine with you critiquing the Muslims, but this whole, if you watch the first half of this video, he literally spent like 10 minutes trying to show you how majority of the Christians that was doing all this stuff weren't the real Christians. How, by that logic, how we know these Muslims wasn't real Muslims? See how that don't make sense? I'm sure a Christian would be like, no, you can't just do that. Exactly. You can't just say somebody's not a real this or a real that because you want to condemn them. Sound about right, don't it? Sound about white, don't it? Sound about right, don't it? I know. You see how they do the Muslims? Make sure to be like, man, the Muslim treated slave horrifically. Yeah, he wouldn't dare touch on how them Christians treated us. He wouldn't dare. But you know, black atheists, I got it. Don't worry. It's coming.
By the 1870s, missionaries began to flood into Portuguese Mozambique, the heart of the Islamic slave trade, to fight against slavery in any way that they could. For years, they campaigned for European governments to take control to end slavery. It wasn't until the 1980s that the last Islamic country, Mauritania, outlawed slavery due to Western pressure. It is important to remember, much of this stemmed from religious convictions in missionary work.
It is important to remember much of slavery came from missionary work. Let me get that right. What did he say? Listen to what he said.
It is important to remember, much of this stemmed from religious convictions in missionary work.
Yes, it is important to remember much of slavery comes from religious conviction and missionary work. Literally. Most colonization stemmed from religious conviction and missionary work. Look up the doctrine of discovery. I already gave you the paper bulls. Look up the doctrine of discovery. They have religious conviction. I'm not understanding. Like, it can't be religious conviction. Maybe it is religious conviction, but we can't so what about the slave owners' religious conviction? Oh, that wasn't it. That wasn't real Christianity. I'm curious how many of these Quakers, if we really could see their lifestyles and their lives, would they be considered real Christians? But yeah, that's what he said. It is important to understand that these anti-slavery movements were driven by religious conviction. What else he say? He said religious conviction and what else? I forgot. Let me go back one more time. I forgot.
It is important to remember, much of this stemmed from religious convictions in missionary work.
Right. Much of this stemmed from religious convictions and missionary work. Boy, that's a line for your ass, ain't it? Sunday K. That boy said missionary work. We know what missionaries do, brother. Trust me, we know. We know exactly what they do. Okay, let's keep going.
The British people didn't benefit from abolition at first. Consumers paid 48% more for sugar during the first 4 years after emancipation. Churches during this time regularly preached abolition and justified their conclusions with biblical passages that taught all humans were of one race, made in the image of God, and were meant to be one in Christ.
Again, there's not much in scripture that outright condemns slavery. I haven't found it. Somebody, if you find it, let me know. But the same way these people had scripture that they tried to use to fight for the abolishment of slavery, slave owners had the exact same shit.
The Christian motives for the abolitionist movement are undeniable. John Coffey says, "The Protestant passion for liberty was fed by Scripture. Abolitionists recalled the foundational significance of the Exodus in Israel's history and argued that it revealed divine opposition to human systems of oppression and bondage."
So the Exodus, because I know a lot of slaves probably look to the Exodus as an example, but it's like they had an interpretation of the scripture that was like skewed or biased, because the Israelites enslaved people. God commanded them to do the same shit that happened to them. On top of that, the Exodus, like, was God's problem with slavery, or was God's problem with the Israelites being enslaved? Let black atheists cook. Was it really the slavery that was the issue, or was it my people being enslaved? Because if you look at Yahweh, slavery is okay as long as the Israelites are the ones enslaving. So if you read, like, I guess at this time they was looking for anything to help them. So I understand that. But in today's time, you can actually deep dive into Exodus and see that the God of the Bible don't have no issue with no slaves now. You can't do it to his folks, but he ain't got no issue with no slaves. I would argue that, like I showed you in the Bible verses that I showed you, I said it wrong. Like I showed you in the Bible verses I presented, God commands race-based slavery. Slavery or servitude or servanthood for Israelite slaves was different from enslaving foreigners. So, like, I guess if you read the Exodus story and then close the book, you can get like a sense of, oh yeah, human system of oppression bad. Keep fucking reading. It's like, damn.
Robert Fogel said, the missionary work of dissenting churches among West Indian slaves, especially the work of Methodists and Baptists, may have been the most important stimulus to the popular campaign for emancipation, which began in 1823. Missionary work by the Methodists in the West Indies traced back to the 1780s, but did not become widespread until the mid-1810s, when an organization with a central secretariat was established. By 1823, about 1 out of 7 slaves in the West Indies had been converted, 4/5 of them to Methodism. In both America and Great Britain, the struggle against slavery arose as a religious movement rather than as a political one. In both countries, the issues eventually entered politics, but the circumstances of that entry were much different. Despite their efforts, British and American abolitionists found that their toughest challenge was the American South. Early on in America, there was
the heavily Christian American South. Remember that. These weren't just Southerners. These were true Christians, Bible thumping Christians. Know the scripture, and the scripture says I can have slaves, Christians.
There was a push to end slavery in the colonies, but the movement relied more on non-religious arguments, which often invoked the idea of natural rights. They argued slavery was not a sin against God, but a breach of a contract among men. But pro-slavery advocates were able to push back against this reasoning. The philosopher John Locke and others had not included chattel slaves in their social compact. The leading experts of the day, including Voltaire, taught that blacks were naturally inferior to whites. They believed allowing blacks equal rights would cause social deterioration, since they did not have the same rational faculties. Additionally, pro-slavery advocates invoked the rights of the masters. The theory of natural rights of the time linked freedom with property rights. Life, liberty, and property were seen as inseparable, and so emancipating slaves was understood as violating the rights of the masters. Robert Fogel says, adherence to the natural rights doctrine embarrassed those Southern politicians who were prepared to concede that slavery was a violation of the natural rights of the enslaved. Adherence to the doctrine also embarrassed Northern politicians who, although they despised slavery, felt compelled to concede that the doctrine protected masters who would not voluntarily manumit their slaves. The early non-religious push to end slavery in America ultimately failed and could not fully justify abolition.
All early attempts. Hold on, let me go back because he said something. Like, that don't
end slavery and voluntarily manumit their slaves. The early non-religious push to end slavery in America ultimately failed, and
the early religious push to end slavery everywhere failed. That shit been failing. Like, he literally gave an example of people in Rome. Or Greg of Nyssa gave a sermon or some shit, and everybody was like, "Man, we ain't trying to hear that." So, I mean, bringing up how non-religious abolition movements failed does nothing to help the case of religious abolition movements, because Christianity, according to Christians, has been around since the first. Christianity, according to Christians, has been around since the 1st century. Y'all been failing since, like, do you know how many centuries that is? You know how many years that is? That's like 1,800 years, 1,900 years. 18 centuries, 19 centuries, y'all failed. And you want to bring up how non-religious abolition movements failed in America. Well, congratulations. Y'all finally did it. After thousands and thousands of years of Christians enslaving and colonizing and conquering every fucking body, y'all finally get to wave y'all flag and say, look, we don't do that no more. Look, we abolished something. Y'all abolished everything. Let Black cook. What haven't Christians abolished? All these fucking pagan practices and all these gods and all these spiritualities abolished. Is it really a flex that y'all abolished some shit? Like, y'all been doing that. But when it comes to slavery, it took y'all longer fucking enough. The early Christians wasn't true Christians. That was the excuse he given. They weren't real Christians. They was illiterate. Now you got the real Christians now. The Quakers and the Shakers. Oh my God. Okay. It's almost time to go back to the slide. Let's get to the point.
Could not fully justify abolition. At the end, slavery in America ultimately failed and could not fully justify abolition. At the time, American politicians were also focused on unity among colonies and felt it was more important to compromise between pro and anti-slavery factions. The first push for abolition died early on in American history, but the biblical arguments against it never truly died out.
What are the biblical arguments that condemn slavery? Where in the Bible does the God of the Bible or his made-up son condemn slavery? Somebody send me the verse that says stop practicing slavery or else. Somebody send it to me, please. I've never read it. I haven't seen it. I ain't talking about no ambiguous shit. I ain't talking about no I'm going to read it into it shit. I ain't talking about no look. This talking about no. Give me the verse that presents slavery condemned. I want it from God. I don't want it from the epistles, apostles, or apocrypha. No, God himself. Where did God or the Son of God say, do not own others as property? Slavery, wrong. Give me a verse. The same way he said, if a man lies with another man, he shall be put to death. I want that verse. If a man enslaves another man and mistreats him as property, he shall be put to death, because slavery is against God, because I am God the Father. Send me that verse, somebody. Please.
And they went on to create a whole new movement in the 19th century that ended slavery in America.
God damn, this nigga got 100 ads on his video.
Roger Finke and Rodney Stark point out that at the founding of America, only 17% of adults belonged to an organized church.
He back that. Now listen, I thought we was done, but I forgot he came back to the No True Scotsman. I got something for this bitch. Watch this.
Point out that at the founding of America, only 17% of adults belonged to an organized church.
Only 17% of adults belong to an what do you say?
Point out that at the founding of America, only 17% of adults belong to an organized church.
Only 17% of adults belong to an organized church. That's his argument.
America was culturally Christian, but very few were committed or deeply involved.
America was here you go again. No, these were not real Christians. Again, this is the same guy that brought up multiple instances where as Christianity rose in Europe, you saw abolition movements and you saw anti-slavery and European kings and emperors and leaders. You saw them do away with slavery or free slaves, etc., etc. I showed you that at the exact same time as all these Christians was letting motherfuckers go, right next door to them, the same exact Christians was enslaving every fucking body in Africa and in the Americas. Now he's saying in the 1700s, majority of these people were cultural Christians and not real Christians. So we're going back to the drawing board on them. I made a slide for this. I had to look into this some more. All white, all Christ. All right. If you put your thinking caps on, you know where I'm going. Okay. In the 1700s, as he brought up the 1700s, you see the percentage of white people in the USA who were Christians is 98 to 100%. This shit about them not going to an organized, hey man, no dog, ain't nobody trying to hear that. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. You can't soften this blow. Were they Christians or not? Yes or no? Yes, they were. Majority of slave owners were Christians. Yes. Majority of racists were Christians. Yes. Majority of people that were for slavery in the South or wherever. Yes. Majority of people that hated blacks and Africans and natives, all this, etc. Yes, they were Christian. In the 1700s, in the 1800s, in the 1900s. You don't really see a major decline in Jesus Christ worship until the 2000s. And I put these numbers up because every fucking study I looked at, I tried to find as many as I could. They all gave roughly the same numbers. So take my word for it. Believe me. Nah, I'm bullshit. But no, I looked at a couple studies and they all said roughly the same shit. So these are numbers we crunching. We crunching numbers. Shunday Cat. So in the 1700s, there was not a white person that wouldn't, unless you know, maybe somebody's Meemaw somewhere under a rock or something. Maybe she was like, whatever. But everybody was Christian. All the white folks was Christian, gang. I'm not understanding why you keep trying to say these people were cultural Christians. That wasn't a thing. That wasn't a thing, twin. That wasn't a thing. Oh, too far. I don't want y'all to see that yet. Okay. So all white, all Christ. All right. So when this motherfucker says shit like this right here,
church, point out that at the founding of America.
So when he says shit like this right here,
Roger Finke and Rodney Stark point out that at the founding of America, only 17% of adults belonged to an organized church.
that means, like, what are we supposed to do with that? What are we supposed to do with that? Majority of people went to church, brother. Matter of fact, because he want to play. Let me see this. Hold up. You see, when you, man, I hate I didn't put this in my slide, because when you look into this shit and you actually like try to dig into it, it's like it's the they're leaving out information. It's like they're leaving it out on purpose. But his argument is that a majority of people in the 1700s did not attend church. Now, this is for the sake of time. This is just a quick search. But literally, it says in colonial America, early 1700s, church attendance was inconsistent and often low, especially in rural areas, because many people lived far from churches and travel was difficult. Some colonies had no official churches. Church buildings were limited, especially on the frontier. So, because they weren't able to have access to physical church locations, does that make them not Christian? If so, what do we say about all of the Christians who was being Christian and they didn't have no building? Like, you can't do this. You can't just knock out a whole generation of white folks that was Christian just because you trying to paint this picture as them not being the real deal. No, they was real deal, full-fledged. Real deal, full-fledged.
America was culturally Christian, but very few were committed or deeply involved. However, between then and the period just before the Civil War, that number had more than doubled in what historians refer to as the Second Great Awakening. America actually became more religious, and with that, a strong abolitionist movement formed that
now, and this is the part of the video that I want you to really focus on, because I'm gonna bring this home. Listen to what he says.
America actually became more religious.
America actually became more religious. So as America becomes more religious, we should see a decline in oppression and subjugation, right? Now, these were his words. I didn't say this. He said America became more religious. That was his claim. He's going to have to eat that shit when I get to the end of this. He's going to have to fucking eat that, because he said it. He said out his fucking mouth that America became more religious. We're going to make you eat those words.
And with that, a strong abolitionist movement formed that at its core was deeply Christian. The Second Great Awakening produced growth from Methodists, Presbyterians, Congregationalists, Baptists, and others. By 1850, the Methodists, who were once one of the smallest denominations in America, grew to become the second largest, and many of them were of African descent. These revivalist movements inspired an army of humanitarians and missionaries unlike anything seen before in Christendom. Ben Wright says, rather than standing idly behind their pulpits, the settled clergy formed new networks designed to Christianize the growing nation. These new networks eventually created national religious cultures necessary for antebellum reform movements, including abolition. Abolitionist societies were even created between 1784 and 1791 in southern states, like Georgia, North and South Carolina. The early Methodist creed included opposition to slavery. In 1818, the Presbyterian General Assembly said that slavery was utterly inconsistent with the law of God. The Free Will Baptists declared slavery to be sinful at their General Assembly of 1835. In fact, 80% of Baptist clergy in Maine were open abolitionists. Among Presbyterians, a quarter of the delegates of their General Assembly of 1835 called for immediate abolition.
I want you to look at this picture. So basically, what we see is we see different denominations, saying slavery is wrong. And my response to that is, thank God these motherfuckers started reading the Bible differently, right? Thank God. If they needed Christianity, if they needed to read the Bible differently to come to these conclusions, thank God. After all these fucking centuries, 19 centuries later, Christian denominations started reading the Bible differently. Thank God. That's what it took. Thank God. All this shows is that denominations decided to stop. That's all this shows. Specific versions of Christianity, specific sects of Christianity said slavery no more. That's all I can say. So is his conclusion that only these denominations are the real or the true Christians? The Methodists, the Presbyterian, Baptist, right? So everybody that's not a Methodist or Presbyterian or a Baptist ain't real Christians. Is that what you're saying? Are the real Christians only the ones that wanted to abolish slavery? Is that what we saying? Are we undermining and excluding everybody that was not for the abolition of slavery as not being true Christian? Because that abolishes every fucking body up until this point. So what we doing? Because he's showing you how denominations of Christianity thought slavery was wrong. These are the true denominations. No, that's crazy. I'm looking at your comment. That's but no. Let me get through this.
A quarter of the delegates of their General Assembly of 1835 called for immediate abolition. Ben Wright notes that by the second decade of the 19th century, a majority of Americans had come to accept that the Atlantic slave trade was evil.
By the second decade of the 19th century, majority of Americans had come to accept that the Atlantic slave trade was evil. So he's telling you that majority of America is Christian by the 19th century. Keep this in mind now. Remember this. He set this shit up. How I'm finna do this shit, he set it up.
Early on, many argued religious conversion would be enough to deal with slavery. Slavery would disappear when more people were committed to Christ. But by 1830, it was becoming clear that this would not solve the issue, and a political campaign to end slavery was beginning. In 1831, a new political crusade against slavery was launched, based primarily on religious motives, which began to follow the earlier British model. John Coffey says,
I feel like it was really, really young when I started struggling with lust. For me, I would get off social media, Instagram models, and it was weird because it's kind of a cycle where I would stop using social media, then
Abolitionists invoked the golden rule. All things whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even to them. Obeying this royal law of Christ involved looking at the world from the other's point of view. Charles Granson Finney began to preach true Christians must seek conversion and social reform.
You see that? Let me go back.
Charles Granson Finney began to preach true Christians must seek conversion and social reform.
True Christians must seek conversion and social reform. Salvation required both. That's not good enough. That's still bad. Because what do you mean conversion? Conversion from what to what? Remember now, I've said this in multiple videos. They are called to spread, y'all. That is their goal. To demonize your worship for theirs. So, again, slavery is not all. That's some of it. That's not all. What good is not being a slave if I'm still in bondage? I'm still mentally trapped. So you telling me slavery is wrong, but not colonization? Slavery is wrong by the 19th century, but not stripping people of their whole everything. Because what you mean conversion? That's not good enough. It ain't good enough for y'all to just be against slavery, but still against converting motherfuckers and demonizing their practices. That's the issue. We talking about slavery. And I'm like, that's y'all did more than that. He says salvation require both conversion and social reform. So everybody that wasn't preaching social reform, because everybody was preaching conversion. Everybody made sure they wanted your ass to convert, but everybody wasn't preaching social reform. So what do we say about all the Christians that were not preaching social reform? Are they not real Christians?
Salvation required both. Lydia Marie Child taught that slavery could not flourish in a true Christian community.
When I saw this, I just bust out laughing. Let me read what I wrote down about this. This is what I said about this right here. I said, this is what I wrote down in my notes. I said, slavery could never flourish in a true Christian community. Where do you think slavery comes out of? Like, if all people of antiquity practiced slavery, then where do you think your religion arose from? What do you think a religion is created to do? That's what I wrote down in my notes. It says, slavery could never flourish in a true Christian community. Jesus wasn't no Christian. The Romans weren't no Christians. Christians were not Christians at all up until this point, right? Again, if this is the logic we going with, who are the true Christians? Point me to them. Where did this don't make no fucking sense? Where did true Christianity originate? Where did it originate? He quoted this person and it says, slavery could never flourish in a true Christian community. That means Jesus wasn't a real Christian. Jesus said he didn't come to abolish shit. He didn't condemn slavery either.
The great Frederick Douglass proclaimed there was a true gospel of love, liberty, and equality, and there was a false god of greed, cowardice, and slavery.
I thought this was hilarious as well. Listen to what I put in my notes. Let me see what I put this in my notes. I said, I put it laughing emojis. I said a false god of greed, cowardice, and slavery. And I put the laughing emojis and I said, that is the God of the Bible. Frederick Douglass proclaimed there was a true gospel of love, liberty, and equality. And there was a false god of greed, cowardice, and slavery. God, the God of the Bible, is greedy. He's a coward, and he loves slavery. I'm not even understanding how Frederick Douglass, rest his soul, I'm not even understanding how he came to this conclusion. What? Man.
The gospel for abolitionists could not coexist with slavery. By 1838,
the gospel for abolitionists did coexist with slavery for 19 fucking centuries.
the American Anti-Slavery Society had over 1,300 auxiliaries with roughly 100,000 members, which matched or exceeded the British movement at its peak. Abolitionists worked tirelessly to highlight the horrors of slavery and how it fundamentally went against God's commandments. Theodore Weld published the Bible Against Slavery in 1837, and then in 1839 he published his most famous book, American Slavery as It Is, which would later inspire Uncle Tom's Cabin. And it was the second most influential anti-slavery book, just behind Uncle Tom's Cabin. Weld worked tirelessly as he went through hundreds of newspapers to compile lists of the abuses Black Americans suffered under slavery. Abolitionists dedicated their lives to speaking out against the damage slavery caused and how it went against biblical teachings. They argued that America needed to be cleansed of this evil in order for it to be saved and help usher in Christ's kingdom. Robert Fogel said, "The new abolitionist movement was a crusade in several senses. It was a militant and uncompromising war against slavery. It was a holy war, inspired by the deep religious convictions of its leaders. And although it did not seek recovery of Holy Land, it sought the immediate and complete recovery of the holy souls of the enslaved."
Like, look at this shit, y'all. Read that for yourself. Although, listen to this now. It says, mic check. My mic, is my mic good? I want to make sure. Okay, mic check 1 2. All right, we good. Okay. It says, although it did not seek recovery of Holy Land, it sought the immediate and complete recovery of the holy souls of the enslaved. Good Lord. What in the fuck? Listen to what I wrote about this. I said, a crusade against slavery on stolen land is fucking crazy. Y'all talking about slavery, and y'all you put the cart before the fucking horse. You abolishing slavery, get them motherfuckers their land back. You abolishing slavery, make it a requirement that Africans are taught about all of the different ethnicities and cultures that were stripped from them. You talking about recovering holy souls and not the land. That ain't good enough. Indigenous people need the land and they fucking souls back. Who are you to listen to this? I said recovery is not being free under the same identification you had as a slave, y'all. Who are these Christians to tell people what's holy and what's recovered? The damage is already done, y'all. Identities have been altered. I put that in one of my songs that's about to come out. I said, our true identity's been altered. You can't find Jesus at that altar. That's what I said. The damage is already done. This motherfucker talking about recovery of the holy soul. What holy soul? Is our worship still demonized? Yes, it is. Is African spirituality still looked at as evil and heathenry? Yes, it is. Ain't nothing been recovered. Do we know where we come from? No. Do black people still think they Indians and not Africans? Yes. Do black people still think we the Israelites? Yes. Yes, they do. So, what's been recovered? What determines recovery? Our minds are still trapped. Yes. The illusion of freedom dressed up because your chains ain't heavy anymore. That's what I wrote down. The illusion of freedom because the chains aren't as heavy. You wear them around your neck now. Got you thinking You've been recovered. No, ain't shit been recovered. We still fucked up. I thought this was crazy to me. Like, what?
Abolitionists labored diligently to undo the damage done to the abolitionist movement when the revolution secularized it. Slavery was evil, they argued, not because it was a violation of the Constitution or of the Declaration of Independence, not because it was a threat to public safety, not because it was a blight on the economy, but because it was a sin, always, everywhere, and only a sin. In condemning slavery as a sin, the new abolitionists were using the word in its theological sense, as the purposeful disobedience of the known will of God.
Okay. Slavery has never been a sin against God. Never. It's never been a sin against God. God, no. Historically incorrect. No, historically incorrect. No, we're not doing this. Now he's saying slavery is a sin. So all of the Christians who participated in slavery were not true Christians, and they going to hell because it was against God. So the Israelites in hell too then. Huh. Hell no. We're not doing this. He says, but because it was a sin always, he said, because it was a sin always, everywhere, y'all. That's what he said. That's pitiful. That's pitiful. Pitiful. Oh my goodness. The purposeful disobedience of the known will of God. Slavery is the purposeful disobedience of the known will of God. Do you know how many people this just condemned? You know how many Christians we got to say weren't real Christians now? All of the Romans, all of the early church fathers, all of the early scribes and theologians, and the people who wrote the New Testament, the people who translated the Hebrew Bible into the Greek Septuagint, all of that. Throw all of that out the window. None of them people were real Christians. All of them were sinners. Y'all got y'all theology from sinners. People who was going against the known will of God, according to this author. Pitiful.
Due to the fierce opposition to slavery by Northerners, Southern denominations soon splintered and formed their own denominations in the South, where slavery would be tolerated. The American
Wow. Nigga, what?
Due to the fierce opposition to slavery by Northerners, Southern denominations soon splintered and formed their own denominations in the South, where slavery would be tolerated.
What? So now he's saying that the Christian slave owners in the South were not real Christians, but not the racists in the North. The slave owners that wanted to practice slavery moved to the South and basically like came up with their own denomination of Christianity. Listen to this shit, y'all. Listen to this.
Splintered and formed their own denominations. The fierce opposition to slavery by Northerners, Southern denominations soon splintered and formed their own denominations in the South, where slavery would be tolerated.
This motherfucker is saying that people who wanted slavery splintered off and came up with their own denominations of Christianity that endorsed slavery, but everybody else was the true Christians who didn't, who were opposed to slavery. I I honestly do not know what to say about dude. I don't know what to say right here. I literally, what I got in my notes. I don't have nothing for this. I like, is racism just as bad as slavery? Yes. Were Christians racist? Yes. Were majority of Christians during this time racist? Yes. Did majority of Christians have slaves? Yes. Were the Northerners the real Christians because they weren't practicing slavery anymore, but they were still racist and hated blacks? So real Christianity is only determined by if you are pro or anti-slavery. Is slavery the deciding factor on who's a true Christian or not? Fuck the racism, fuck the subjugation, fuck the colonization, fuck the oppression of all other kinds. But slavery is where we cross the line until we're not Christian no more. Burning motherfuckers at the stake, all type of insidious actions. We draw the line at slavery. It's crazy work. These motherfuckers they don't miss. I mean, they're like crazy. They're crazy. They don't miss.
The American abolitionist movement made great advancements with biblical and moral arguments, but failed to convince the majority of the people that slavery should be abolished on those grounds alone. Slavery proponents responded with biblical passages and argued slavery had existed for generations among all human cultures. Most white Americans of the time still considered black Americans to be inferior, and slavery proponents used this racist belief to argue it was better for them to be kept as slaves. Abolitionists countered these with passages on equality and how all were made in the image of God. They argued the slavery of the Torah was a qualified servitude of fellow Jews and did not apply to Gentiles, and that
again, like I showed you earlier, the Old Testament has both enslavement of Jews, servanthood, indentured servitude, and it also has race-based chattel slavery. These people are dishonest, and they're disgusting, and they're grifters, and they lie. The Bible endorses both, gives instructions for both servanthood, indentured servitude of Hebrew Israelites, and also perpetual chattel slavery for foreigners. To say that is not true, to say what I just said is not true, is dishonesty. Look at this shit.
it specifically outlawed kidnapping and forced slavery. But they failed to gain the massive following they needed. Over time, abolitionists began to include economic arguments against slavery, to scare Northerners of the massive slave plantations dominating them economically. Ultimately, the religiously motivated individuals who inspired the abolitionist movement had to compromise with others to form a coalition that could end slavery once and for all. Vogel says, despite the religious origins of this view and the religious zeal that animated the anti-slavery crusaders who brought it into political life, the expediency of politics secularized the attack on personal domination and made freedom from such domination a central feature of the modern democratic creed. In 1854, the Republican Party was formed, with one of its chief goals to end slavery. But it was a coalition of multiple groups, many of which rejected slavery solely because of economic reasons, or believed blacks were racially inferior.
So again, he just stated what I was saying. The racist slave-owning Christians in the South were not real Christians. But the racist slave owning Christians in the North were true Christians. And so God couldn't do it alone. God couldn't do it on his own. So they needed to invoke the Republican Party. full of racists who hated blacks and thought we were inferior, but still wanted to abolish slavery for economical gain, i.e., cheddar, translation, bread, pape, broccoli. You get the picture. So you're not a real Christian if you own slaves, but you can be a real Christian and be a racist fuck, according to Mr. Inspiring Philosophy here.
In the period leading up to the Civil War, abolition in America was never an assurance. Abolitionists truly didn't know if they could pull it off. They unfortunately had to compromise to get it accomplished, including working with those who lacked their moral convictions. Many Republican candidates detested blacks. Even Abraham Lincoln considered them inferior. Abolitionists who favored full emancipation and equality for blacks often found themselves pandering to racist groups in their own movement and voting for politicians who did not hold their moral convictions on slavery. But in the end, this is what was needed. Ben Wright notes it was the nation's churches that pushed America to war to finally end slavery. A strong anti-slavery coalition finally paid off with the election of 1860. Abraham Lincoln's victory barely squeezed through. He received less than 40% of the popular vote and marginally won in key critical states. In truth, the 1860 Republican victory was because of less than 0.5% of Northern ballots. With Lincoln as the victor, a chain of events began that ended slavery. The South rebelled, fearing Lincoln would end slavery, even though he said he would not. The Civil War followed, and emancipation was not the initial goal of the North. But when the war looked like it would be won by the South, and that European powers would step in to pressure the North to surrender, Lincoln passed the Emancipation Proclamation to revitalize the war effort and to prevent Europe from siding with the pro-slavery Confederacy. In the end, the war was won by the genius of one famous anti-slavery general, Ulysses S. Grant, and the Emancipation Proclamation was later passed by Congress. Slavery in America had ended once and for all.
Man, I guess. Whatever floats his fucking boat. Push the damn laptop. But yeah, no. Christianity wasn't it. Like, even though he trying to gloss over it, we can clearly do research on this and see what all factors played a role in the abolition of slavery in America only. And it's like, you're saying out your mouth, God, Jesus Christ, and the Christians couldn't do it alone. They needed the help of racist white motherfuckers who was all about money to help them. Who's that supposed to move, bro? Damn, I worship a God that can't. Oh my goodness. Imagine black people. Y'all, we worshiping God. We worshiping a God that couldn't get us free on his own. Racist, money-hungry white people had to do it. Had to do his job for him. And they had to fight a war over some shit. My God could have just said, hey, look, no, don't do that. Get us out of there. He could have split the motherfucking, he could have split America in half like he split that sea in Exodus. Or if you believe that bullshit happened, you know, grow up. But where was God at? Me and God couldn't do it alone. We needed racist Republicans to get the message across. We going there. You see you jumping. I like that. You done jumped it. We on the way. I like that though. I like that though. Ray, what the fuck? How you spell your name? Rochester. I see that. Yeah. I ain't gonna put your comment on the thing. We on the way. I'm on the way. I'm coming. Hold on. You here? Hey. Sometimes everybody be moving too fast. You gotta slow down, man. Come on, we almost through.
With this accomplished, abolitionists began to pressure other nations to follow suit. In 1888, Brazil was the last nation of the Americas to abolish slavery, and abolitionists turned to the Islamic world, Africa, and the Far East, with many taking decades to follow suit. Today, most of the world has abolished slavery, mostly because of pressure from Western nations, which would not have happened if it wasn't for Christians convinced he was incompatible with the Bible. Christianity was crucial for ending slavery.
Again, all of this. Hold on, let me go back a little bit because he about to say something.
It wasn't for Christians convinced he was incompatible with the Bible.
Again, Christians were convinced it was incompatible with the Bible. However, if you study the text, it's not incompatible with the Bible. This is what a denomination of Christians believe. So thank God a small denomination of Christianity went against the grain. Thank God. Amen. Got to go against the fucking God scripture to get the point across. I'm sure God is all right in heaven.
Christianity was crucial for ending slavery. Without it, there would never have been that spark to change the world.
That's what this is. We've reached another stopping point, class. So he said Christianity is what drove for the abolition of slavery. I dug a little bit and I found something, and it's called Anything Counts. I'm going to show you two things. First, I'm going to show you wait. Okay. So, let's go. Let's play it. I want to show you some things. Damn it. What my mouse doing? Come on. All right. So, here we see. Wait, did I show this already? Let me go back. 1, 2. Okay, I didn't show this already. It looked the same though. Okay. So, here I'm showing you other empires and other groups that abolished slavery, no Christian help needed. Again, I think I already showed this, but I'm showing it again. Screenshot it, do some research on them for yourself. Minimal to zero Christian influence in these places, and they abolished slavery on their own. And you cannot give Christianity credit for this. So we can't say without Christianity, slavery wouldn't have been abolished because other places did the same shit. Morality evolves, people evolve over time, social constructs evolve over time. People get better at getting better over time. So look at this one more time. We're going to the next slide. Anything counts. So I found a few examples of groups that did not practice slavery. So we have the indigenous groups in parts of Australia, the Andaman Islands, and parts of Southern Africa. These groups lived in small, egalitarian communities with no formal class systems. Slavery typically did not exist because there was little surplus wealth to protect or produce. So anything counts. I'm just showing that it was small. It might not have been the most widespread practice, but there were instances of no slavery or little slavery or none at all. Okay. It's another example, maybe. So I tried my best, y'all. I tried to find what I could. So we have some island societies in Polynesia or Micronesia had communal or hierarchical. That's It looks weird, but I'm saying it right. Hierarchical. Fuck. You know what I'm trying to say. Hierarchical systems, but limited or no evidence of slavery in the earliest period. So anything counts. It's something. You know, we got instances of places where there was no slavery. So I've showed you that there are places where they abolished slavery without Christianity, and there are small instances of no slavery in certain places and groups. And I think this is the last one. No, it's not the last one. So we got the pre-Inca Andean cultures. Okay. So this is like a labor system, sort of, kinda. You know, I was looking for whatever I could, and I just found some shit. I'm like, damn, let me look into it a little bit. It could work. We just looking for anything. Any evidence of people abolishing slavery without Christianity, any evidence of there being places where there was no slavery, puts all this shit on his head, because we seen people abolish it without Jesus and people not practice it at all, where there was no Christianity, or we see people not practice slavery at all. Period. So there were few small isolated societies, mostly non-state, egalitarian, or tribal, that did not practice slavery. But these are exceptions to the rules. I make sure everybody know these are exceptions. This ain't the majority. I'm not like the people in this video or the person in this fucking video. I'll tell you that majority of people practice slavery. There were small exceptions to the rule. I'll say that. He won't fucking say that. I'll say that though. He's trying to talk as if the minority of Christians are the true Christians, and all the other Christians are not real Christians because they was for slavery, but they were still racist in every fucking thing under the sun. So the absence of slavery usually correlated with lack of surplus wealth, social hierarchies, or military conquest. Okay, so it is what it is. I was looking for whatever I could. That's what I found. So we do have instances of people abolishing slavery outside of Christian influence, and we do have places that did not practice slavery at all. Those two could be used as evidence to say slavery could have been abolished by someone else. Anybody else would have done it. We probably would have done it regardless of Christianity. And there were places who didn't practice slavery at all. Okay, let's get back. We almost do. We 4 hours in. We're almost done. Get this work. Christians are robots with Bibles. You ain't lying. Okay, where am I? All right. So, okay, we good. Let's go. We almost done. Oh shit.
A common objection is that pro-slavery advocates use the Bible to justify slavery. So how could Christianity be responsible for ending it? But this is an oversimplification. We must remember that...
Hold on. Give me a second, because I had wrote some notes for this that I didn't remember. Yeah. Okay, I see what I wrote. I wrote something down for this, but hold on. Let them talk.
Christianity be responsible for ending it. But this is an oversimplification. We must remember that slavery was a cultural norm for humans everywhere prior to the rise and dominance of Christianity.
Okay, so basically in my notes, what I put down was that I just found it ironic that he said the objections to Christians, the objection to Christians using the Bible to abolish slavery, people are saying that, well, Christians use the Bible for slavery. He said that's an oversimplification. I found it ironic because he literally started all this off by oversimplifying slavery. He didn't distinguish between the different types. He didn't let you know that what Europeans did was way different. What Arabs did was way different. Chattel slavery was not the norm, right? He didn't say none of that. He just said slavery. That kind of erases a lot of history. You know? So I just thought that was funny. That like he's basically oversimplifying everything but Christians' abolition movement. You know, I just thought that was weird as fuck. But yeah, okay.
Men were willing to use whatever to justify it. Even enlightened thinkers like Voltaire and David Hume justified and profited off of slavery. There was absolutely no reason to end an institution as old as humanity itself, and men were willing to use whatever they had to justify it. Given this, slavery is far more likely to be a result of human nature, rather than something the Bible is directly responsible for. In other words, the Bible was working within a culture that allowed slavery, rather than endorsing it.
Okay. We almost done. But he goes on to say that he said the Bible can't be responsible for no. Hold on. It's two parts to this. The first thing is he said that the Bible can't be responsible for any institution of slavery. No, that's what I wrote. I'm sorry. That's what I wrote. I wrote that down. I wrote down that if the Bible can't be responsible for any involvement in any institution of slavery, because slavery is just a result of human nature. If that is the case, then morality is just human nature as well. Ethics is just human nature as well. Morality and ethics were evolving long before Abrahamic religion. So if he's saying that, you know, because slavery is a part of human nature, you can't blame Christianity for that. Using that same line of logic, because morals and ethics are a part of human nature, because goodness is a part of human nature, we cannot say, or we cannot claim that Christianity is responsible for that either. You see, they don't want to give Christianity no responsibility for no part in what happened, but they want to give Christianity all of the glory when it comes to morality. No. If we can't blame Christianity for their part in, if we can't blame, I'm sleepy, fuck. If we can't blame Christianity for its involvement in slavery, then you don't get to blame Christianity for nothing either. Just say what you just said about everything else. When it comes to everything else, say the same shit. Oh, this is human nature, so we can't blame. Say that. Give me that same shit back. Go back a little bit. I'm almost through.
The Bible was working within a culture that allowed slavery, rather.
Yes, he said the Bible was working within a culture that allowed slavery. The Bible was also working within a culture that allowed paganism, polytheism, worship of idols, and uncircumcision. Yahweh condemned all that shit. So I don't want to hear this bullshit about slavery was the norm and the Bible was working within a culture. No, I ain't trying to hear that. There were things that cultures were doing that the Bible condemned outright. Slavery was not one of them. Slavery could have been one of them, but it wasn't. So bringing up how slavery was working within a culture that practiced, I don't want to hear that bullshit. That's bullshit. That's utter garbage. If that's the case, what was the issue with everybody worshiping their gods? Because polytheism was just as common as slavery, right? Was worship of other gods and idols not condemned in the Bible, flat out, explicitly, regardless of what the fuck the culture got to say by the God? Yes or no? Okay, then. Like, what are we talking about? People were killed because of what they believed in. Yahweh didn't give no fuck about because you been polytheistic. I said don't worship no other God. That's what he said. I don't like when they be saying this bullshit about slavery was like just there and the Bible was written during the time. Okay, is this from God or is this from man? We know who it's from, but if you believe it's from God, why is it written like a man who was forced to write it? Or why does it read like it's written by a man who was just a product of his culture, or men that were just a product of their culture? They didn't get to set the standard or set the tone. They could only set the tone on the God. That's it. They couldn't set the tone on shit else. That's weak.
Rather than endorsing it. We need to ask what changed. What were the first motives to end slavery, when so much of humanity never even contemplated such a radical idea? When we study the history, we can see abolitionists routinely argued slavery should be abolished because the Christian scriptures demanded it. Of all the cultures and ideologies,
look at that.
Such a radical idea. When we study the history, we can see abolitionists routinely argued slavery should be abolished because the Christian scriptures demanded it.
The Christian scriptures, show me where I ain't read no Christian scriptures where it's demanded that slavery be abolished. That's crazy.
Of all the cultures and ideologies of the world, none of them produced abolitionist movements that argued from religious convictions, except for Christianity, which shows us there are factors within Christian beliefs that gave rise to abolitionism. Without the Bible, there would never have been a main motivating factor to end slavery. In the American North, abolitionists did utilize economic arguments against slavery, pointing out southern plantations would dominate them economically, given they could use slaves. But without Christian convictions, the most practical response would have been to simply allow northerners to have slaves again. That was never on the table because of the religious convictions of abolitionists, who would have vehemently opposed it. The underlying religious convictions against slavery remained as a clear and necessary component. Without them to create the spark that gave rise to the abolitionist movement, it never would have gotten off the ground or been maintained.
We can literally say this. We can do this exact same video for how Christianity created slavery in America. We can do this exact same video. We can say the exact same thing for how Christianity let me think. Christianity started race-based slavery between white Europeans enslaving black Africans. We can do the exact same video. That's why I'm not understanding, like, what do they want? Do you want a Nobel Peace Prize because some Christians started reading the Bible differently? I'm about to show you some though. Now this next part, I'm gonna clip all this up, but this next part is what I want to show you for real. Because slavery, let me show you something. Hold up. Let's finish this first.
John Coffey says, if the spread of moral convictions was not a sufficient cause of the rise and triumph of abolitionism, it was a necessary one. Ideas mattered, and the leading abolitionists cannot be understood without reference to their Christianity.
And the leading slave owners cannot be recognized without their reference, or the leading slave owners cannot be understood without their reference to Christianity or without reference to their Christianity. See what I just did there? Yes. If you want us to reference abolitionists by their Christianity, what are we supposed to reference the slave owners by? Their Christianity. What was the driving factor? Their Christianity.
As we saw, non-religious attempts to end slavery in America in the 18th century had failed. The following movement of the 19th century was primarily motivated by Christianity, which
all movements to abolish slavery failed, religious and non-religious.
Resulted in the end of slavery in America. To assume slavery would have ended without Christianity is to ignore the history of what the primary motives were for most abolitionists.
I literally gave this is why I gave you examples. I showed you, if you want me to go back, I will, but I showed you examples right here. Empires, places, and people groups abolished slavery without Christianity. What he just said is false. I gave you examples of places where there was no slavery. Small groups egalitarian groups that did not practice slavery. Let me go slower. So these are my examples of places, empires, and groups that abolished slavery with little to no Christian influence. And these are my examples of small egalitarian societies that did not practice Christianity. So we do see instances where there was no Christianity or there was abolishment of slavery without Christianity. We do have evidence of both. Small, maybe, minuscule, maybe, not the best, maybe, but anything counts, motherfucker. Let me finish this video off. There's let me stop because I ain't finna keep saying the same shit. Again, I just disproved that because we seen other empires that believed. As a matter of fact, let me go back a little bit. Wait, oh shit, I ain't even got the video. I'm bullshitting. Hold on, let me go back. Let me do this right. That's my fault. Somebody should have said something. Let me go back.
Without Christianity is to ignore the history of what the America. To assume slavery would have ended without Christianity is to ignore the history of what the primary motives were for most abolitionists.
Again, I just gave you evidence of other places and people who believe in. Let me go back because I don't think y'all saw my chart because I ain't even bring it up for real. I forgot all, but I'm looking at it. I'm thinking I'm saying I ain't even saying it. Look at the second column. I have the different religious beliefs. These people were not Christian, right? So we see that what he's saying right now is not true.
The biblical teachings that all were created in the image of God, all were equal in Christ, and that masters had to treat their slaves as brothers, created the anti-slavery revolution.
There's always been an anti-slavery revolution. There's always been opposition to slavery. There's always been like a protest against it. Maybe not a mainstream abolition movement, but there's always been opposition to slavery.
Without the teachings of equality and freedom throughout the Bible, there would never have been such a strong opposition to slavery.
Historically incorrect.
Without Christianity, you and I would probably still think like the ancients.
Majority of you people do still think like the ancients. That's your fucking problem. That's your fucking problem.
That slavery was a necessary institution, and we would never have fathomed that it could be abolished. Without Christianity, slavery would still be tolerated.
Christians tolerated slavery as well, my brother. So I'm not. Christians tolerated slavery for 19 centuries before this shit you bringing up. So what are you talking about?
You made it to the end of this.
That's the end of the video. Finally, let's get to the meat. All right, let's go. Let me rock. Okay. All right, let's move. Okay. All right. Now let's have some fun. So we made it through the video. I really just used this video to break down slavery, what was going on, why it happened, how it happened, the Christian involvement, the Muslim involvement, slavery before both in Africa. All right. Earlier in this video, he shot himself in the foot. He's been shooting himself in the foot this whole fucking video. And I just sat back and watched. Bait and switch, motherfucker. His exact words were that, America became more Christian. Abolition movements happened when America became more Christian. We was more Christianized. The true Christians took over. And he showed a graph of everybody going to church. He showed how the abolition movement was the driving force. He showed how, in the 1700s and the 1800s, motherfuckers wasn't real Christians, but in the second Great Awakening, he called it, that's when all the real Christians came out, 19th century and beyond. Everybody started going, it doubled. Everybody started going to church. The real Christians started standing together. All these Emancipation Proclamation, all these abolition movements, all these denominations of Christianity working together and becoming more Christian to make this country better, right? Right. So let's talk about it. What happened? And this gonna be, look, hey, let's get in there. So what happened to us once America became true Christians, y'all? They abolished slavery. We was free now. America was 100% full-fledged true Christian. Now, I'm gonna let him have it. He said from the first century all the way to the 19th century, them motherfuckers wasn't real Christians. The real Christians were the abolitionists and the Christians that came who was Methodist, Presbyterian, Baptist, all that bullshit. Those are the real Christians, right? Okay, let's move. Let's move our goalposts. Oh man. Now, I'm sure everybody know who the fuck these people are. The Ku Klux Klan, a white supremacist terrorist group that claimed Christian values and often used crosses, prayers, and biblical justifications. So, what we seen was once America became more Christian, according to him, this is what we got right here. After they freed black people, what I'm about to show you are the next step. This is what happens when your country becomes majority Christian. Look at what they did. Lynched, tortured, and terrorized black people, especially during Reconstruction and the Civil Rights Movement. Them racists, those. Now, I want to keep in mind that out of his mouth, he basically said that the Southerners came up with their own denomination that allowed for slavery. I'm curious as to what he thinks of those Northerners who hated black people, but pushed the anti-slavery for economic reasons. Were they true Christians? I didn't hear him deny it. But we see what white Christians, because majority of white people were Christian during this time. And so we see, look what happened to us once they abolished slavery and the true Christians got to come out. The Ku Klux Klan. Unimaginable pain, unimaginable suffering, unthinkable acts committed, crimes against black people. They first on my list. I want you to think about that. According to him, this country became more Christian after the abolition, abolitionists. Everybody started going to church. Everybody started reading their Bible. Everybody started living holy. And this is what you get right here. Is this what you're supposed to see when your country becomes more Christian? This right here? Uh-oh. Oh yeah. This is what they did. This is what happened, because I be telling black people Christians did this and they don't believe me. And so now I got a white Christian telling you that majority of the country was Christian. And look at what the Christians do. Lynching epidemic. Probably was more than 4,000. Probably was way more than 4,000. I probably shouldn't even guess the number. I shouldn't even estimated a number. Over 4,000 lynchings of black people in the U.S., often conducted publicly in predominantly Christian towns. What happened to us once America abolished slavery and became true Christians? They started lynching motherfuckers in public in predominantly Christian towns where the true Christians was at. Many lynchings occurred after Sunday church service, and some participants were ministers and church goers. Now, these the real Christians, not those Christians that own slaves. Those were the fakers, the Quakers and the fakers. These are real Christians right here. You know what I'm saying? Black people, you got to wrestle with God, because you got to reconcile with the white Christian that tells you that majority of the country was Christian. And he gave you a breakdown on how Christianity ended slavery for you. You should be thankful to the Christian God, right? So let's wrestle with that. Let's be Israelites, because the name Israel means to wrestle with fucking God. Let's be Israel right now. How do you wrestle with this one? Now you won. He won the argument. Christianity ended slavery because the country became more Christian, right? How do we explain this one? What do we say? Oh, the ones that was lynching were not the true Christians. How fucking convenient. We ain't playing that game, bitch. Let's keep going. Now remember the fake Christians were the Southerners who wanted slaves. The real Christians was everybody else. But you got to understand something now. Got to understand something. Even the real Christians didn't like black people. The real Christians didn't like us. So all this under one image God, we all the same under God bullshit. No. Many white churches in the U.S. were segregated by law or custom well into the 20th century. So it took the real Christians 19 centuries to come. But the real Christians was hating they black brothers. We all supposed to be one under this. We all supposed to be one under this bullshit religion and God, and the churches were segregated. What they say? Black Christians were forced to worship separately, often in basements. This is what happened when America became true Christians. We ain't forgot about this one though, because this is still going on, ongoing. It's still going. But you got to understand, Yeah, slavery was abolished in America. That ain't it. You got to understand, European Christian powers, what they say to this day, to this fucking day, all of Africa. European Christian powers colonized all of Africa. Remember what he said in his fucking video. That bitch said that it was religious. Damn, what that bitch say? Basically, he said it was missionary work that led the abolitionists. And what is our response to that, class? Missionaries often work hand in hand with the colonial governments. Yes. I want you to key in on destroying indigenous cultures, right? What does that mean, class? Yes, that means you don't know who the fuck you are. Yes, that means now you got black Hebrew Israelites because we don't know who the fuck we are. Right? Yes. Now we basing our life on someone else's mythology because we don't know who the fuck we are. Matter of fact, no, I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it to you. I ain't gonna do it to you. But look at the last bullet point. Focus in now, because he said, you know, Christian, we became more Christian. Look what happens. Christianity was used to civilize, in quotes, Black Africans while exploiting them economically and politically. Look at Africa. Look at any creators. Look at any Black atheist creators talking about Africa. They all saying the same shit. We have been fucking duped. Africans in Africa have lost their fucking mind when it comes to God and Christianity. We've lost our fucking mind and we can't get it back. It would take a miracle, a miraculous conception of some shit. I don't fucking know. Let's talk about it. What happened to us once America became true Christians? His argument was that as Christianity or the true Christians came out, more people started going to church. We saw less slavery. Look what the true Christians did. Destruction of Black towns and businesses, right? Oftentimes you'll hear racist white people say shit like, "Get up and go get a real job." They'll tell us we're lazy. We want everything handed to us. We don't play by the rules. That's what they tell us. But church, my congregation, I want you to look at what happened to us. Look at what happened to us when we did play by their rules and we built our own shit. We said, fine, you ain't gonna give it to us. We'll make it for ourselves. We'll create our own infrastructure. Look at what they did. Right? Look at what they did. Over 300 Black people killed, 1,200 homes destroyed, millions in property loss with no restitution. They destroyed us. Black Wall Street, look at it. I'm gonna let it sit there for a minute. A thriving Black community was burned to the fucking ground by white Christians. I put white mobs, but I wanted to call them a mob, but white fucking Christians, bitches. So the same Christians. Oh yeah, look at this. The true Christians won, right? Shouldn't we see an overwhelming spread of unity and love? Attacks on Black community. There are more. I ain't, for the second time, I didn't list everything that I know and found, but I just wanted to like give you bits and pieces a little bit. So there are more, plenty more. I just wanted to give you a little snippet for the sake of time. Christians attacked black communities, y'all. We did exactly what they asked us to do. We did exactly what they asked of us. No reparations. They gave everybody got reparations but black people. Just so y'all know that. I did do some research on it, but I didn't make it into a slide because I felt like it was too many slides. This is slide 95. But yes, other groups have been paid reparations. We built our shit, no reparations. And they burned it to the ground every time. All this talk about blacks are lazy. We complaining. We want everything handed to us. We want the government to take care of us. Historically incorrect. We did everything for ourselves, not because of Jesus, despite Jesus, and the Jesus freaks burnt that shit to the ground every fucking time. Every fucking time white Christians burned it to the ground. The true Christians. Damn, my mouse ain't working. Hold on, let's keep going. Yes, I'm sure most people know about this. Let's talk about it. Redlining and housing discrimination. This was done by white people. Majority of white people in the 17, 18, 19, and 2000s. All of those centuries, all white people were Christian. I already showed you the graph. 99, 98, 95% during this time. You can say they weren't real Christians all you want, eat a dick. They were definitely real Christians. So after real Christians fought to abolish slavery, look at what we went through. Now I'm showing you shit that got lasting effects right now. As we speaking right now. Look at what the federal government did. These white folks now, the government, listen to me. Now, the thing now, I wouldn't dare compare anything to what our ancestors went through. I won't do that. But I will say things have not gotten a lot better. You know, if you stab me in the back and the knife is 9 inches deep in my back and you pull that motherfucker out 3 inches, that's not progress. You pull it out 6 inches, that's not progress. If you pull the knife all the way out, that's still not progress. So I'm like, you know, I don't want to call nothing what my ancestors went through. I don't want to say that's what that is. Because I'm able to record videos and shit now. So it's a little different. But a lot of black people are real deal suffering because of what white Christians have done. Yeah. All this shit go together. Because see, slavery in America was race-based. Even though we had abolitionists, like he said in his video, he admitted it. Republicans hated black people. So even though the emancipation, even though we had the Emancipation Proclamation, they still didn't like us. Christianity and the Christian God did not protect black people from oppression and evil at the hands of white Christians. No. Look at this now. After being enslaved in this country, they quote unquote freed us, and then just I mean, god damn, over this I would call this shit overkill. Like, what more could you want? We played by your, we did everything by the white man's rules. They burned it to the ground, disenfranchised us, and like the denial of access to capital. Banks refused to lend to black business owners or offered worse terms known as economic redlining. Black entrepreneurs struggle to grow businesses or own property in competitive markets. We were enslaved, fought in all their wars, helped in every aspect, literally built this country off our backs. Nigga can't get a bank loan. Denied access to capital in a country you built off of your blood, sweat, and tears. It's crazy. Damn. They say shit like, why you talk about this shit? You wasn't enslaved. You motherfuckers are still racist though. So why would I not talk about the enslavement and the oppression when all of you motherfuckers is still fucking racist? I'm literally responding to a white dude talking about how Christianity, that man literally said in this video that white slave owners didn't want black people to be Christian, but the black slaves wanted to be converted to Christianity. Like, nigga, are we on crack at the same time in a kite on a air balloon or some shit? Like, come on, what we saying? Yeah, let's talk about it. Everybody Christian, the whole nation Christian. I don't want to hear nobody say shit about no motherfucking these weren't Christians. Yes, these bitches was. Urban renewal, Negro removal. Look at this. Look at the time period now. It says highways and development projects deliberately destroyed black neighborhoods in cities like Detroit, New Orleans, Atlanta, Syracuse, and more. Communities displaced with no restitution, pushing black residents into overcrowded, under-resourced areas. The ghetto, ratatata. Yeah. Yeah. Christianity, though. And we full by this time, by the 19th, shit. You think we wasn't Christian? Praising God, worshiping Jesus Christ? Shit. Jesus Christ ain't get us nowhere. The white man told you in his video, Jesus Christ couldn't do it by himself. The racists had to do it. The racist, money hungry, fucking, yeah. The racists that was hungry for money had to help. Jesus Christ and the Bible couldn't do it alone. And here we are. All 95% of us praising and worshiping Jesus. And they destroyed they destroyed everything. White, like the people that gave you your Christianity destroyed everything. Everything about you that comes out of Africa and everything you built over here, destroyed. Piece by piece, brick by brick, destroyed. Come on. Everybody who's anybody knows about Jim Crow. Look at this. This is how they treated us. This how the real true Christians that abolished slavery, all that bullshit. This is how we was treated. Yeah. Legal discrimination and segregation. I'm almost done. Then I got 2 more. Oh my goodness. Yeah, everybody's favorite, drugs. Yeah. War on drugs targeted black communities with longer sentences and aggressive policing, removing workers and fathers. I didn't put this in the slide on purpose because it was a lot, but this, oh my God, it's the perfect analogy to the video. Check this out. The people who introduced the drugs into the black neighborhoods are the ones who started the war on drugs, claiming that they're cleaning up the streets. Does that sound familiar? Yes, it fucking does. Think about this bitch. Think about this guy's video. I'm already cursing him out. It's too late to try to act like I ain't cursed him out. Fuck that bitch. Look at this. Look at this bitch made motherfuckers video. The war on drugs is the perfect example of how you should feel about Christianity. Christianity's involvement in the abolition of slavery. Imagine if a government or introduces drugs into a community and then turns around and claims they're the ones that is cleaning up the streets and ridding the community of said drugs. You'd be like, motherfucker, you the one that brought it here. Exactly. Big brain moment, nigga. Think. That's what I'm fucking saying. Now you're getting the picture. We talking about crack and cocaine. You're getting the picture now. How the same motherfuckers that brought slavery here gonna be the same ones claiming they ended it. You the ones brought it. Sunday K. It's the perfect analogy now. That's perfect. I thought that was a bar. I thought that was a bar. That's fucking genius. This stream is 5 hours long. Wow. I talk too fucking much. You already know this goes along with the rest. Employment discrimination. Yep. I'm sure you heard of these stories somewhere. You got to really do it. I got to look. I did a deep dive. I couldn't just put it all up, but I gotta like, you gotta go do a deep dive on this shit. You're gonna be like, damn. What happened? I'm just trying to show you what happened to us once the real Christians won the war and America was predominantly Christian, true Christians. This is what happened. We got mistreated, misrepresented, lynched, miseducated, everything wrong. And then on top of all of that, other groups were paid reparations. Literally reparations for the crimes committed against them. We didn't get reparations, probably because they don't think it was a fucking crime. All of this stems from Jesus. Yes, Sunday K. It all goes back to Jesus and his white folks and the white Christians. Now, mind you, you got to understand how all of this contradicts what these motherfuckers be saying, because I'm trying to tell people you wouldn't be Christian if it wasn't for Christian colonization. They trying to tell me about fucking Ethiopian Bibles. Motherfucker, your family is from West and Central Africa, not Ethiopia. The slaves brought to America on the transatlantic slave trade were not from Ethiopia, twin. You can't use Ethiopia as your scapegoat. That's not your get out of jail free card down here. No, historically incorrect. Remember now, in this bitch motherfucker's video, what did he say out his mouth? He said that even though this don't make like just bear with me. I know what I'm saying. Just bear with me. He said that the slave owners didn't want us to be Christian. The blacks wanted to be Christian. But if Christianity started in Africa, what the fuck are we talking about? If Christianity was already in these parts of Africa, what the fuck are we talking about? Clearly, the version of Christianity that Ethiopians adopted in the 4th century is not the Christianity that you were forced into. So you can't use them. They can't save you here with black atheists, twin. I would argue they converted to Christianity for the same fucking reasons you converted: political, social pressure. Needed to fucking think about it. The Ethiopians, their king, the king of Axum, converted his empire to try to control, unify. Hey, I need everybody under one fucking religion. Control all these motherfuckers. Control. Allegiance to the Roman Empire and trade relations and all that shit. Politics. Yeah. They can't save you. King Ezra can't save you when we talk about transatlantic slave trade and Christianity. When we talk about Africans in America that were forced into Christianity, Ethiopia can't save you. It can't. Employment discrimination. Studies show that applicants with black sounding names receive fewer callbacks. Yep. Why you think so many motherfuckers got all these crazy white names and shit? Blake. I'm just playing. No, that's just I've never met a black person named Blake. I was just fucking joking. But yeah. John, Henry. What's another one? Jonathan. Randall, I guess. Michael. I ain't never met no black person named Dick, but I do know some. I have seen white people named Dick, but yeah, that's crazy. Dick what? No, let's end it off. Let's end it off right. Yeah, I'm sure you know about gentrification. These are things that happen to us under true Christians. Gentrification. Displaced long-term black residents from historically black neighborhoods. Wealthier, often white, always white residents moved in, raising property values and taxes, pricing out the original community. These are what the true Christians was doing. All those fake Christians, they was for slavery. The true Christians was like this. This goes back to what I was just telling you. We lost everything we came with and everything we built here. They took it all. They don't want us to have nothing. And I'm supposed to, oh my goodness. They want me to go out and vote for Trump. Nigga, burn me at the stake. I've never spit in that bitch face. But let's end it like this right here. Boom. Let's end it. We're gonna end it off. Oh man, 5 hours. You know my streams be long. You know what you signed up for when you subscribe to Black Atheist, nigga. 5-hour streams. So I just did one of y'all's whole shift somewhere. So is your soul redeemed now that Christians have abolished slavery? With everything I just showed you, everything you know, is your slavery? Is your slavery? Is your soul redeemed now that Christians have abolished slavery? And I'm done. My plane landed. No 11. Fuck the Muslims. How you feel now? Because I'm like, yeah, y'all abolish slavery. Fine. You want that? You can have that. Y'all abolish slavery. Congratulations. Do I get my identity back? No. Do I get my soul back? My spirituality? My sense of who I was, who I am? Do I get to learn about all my ancestors? No, they call that critical race theory. We don't get to know about what really happened in this country. They say that's critical race theory. You trying to teach people hate. Ain't that crazy? Trying to tell people about what your people really did is teaching hate. Oh my goodness. Oh, how these jokes write themselves, don't they? But on a serious note, I just want to say that I'm not expecting everybody to make it through to the end. I talk for fucking long times, and I'm sorry. I apologize. That's just black atheists. But I will say that when we talking about slavery, when we talking about these Abrahamic religions, and when we talking about black people, there is no context where we should be okay with being Christian or Muslim or Jews. No. Again, slavery did exist in the ancient world. Africans did have slaves, servitude, indentured servanthood, whatever, prisoners of war, whatever. But it wasn't race-based. It wasn't as aggressive. And you weren't stripped of your whole fucking who you are. You were integrated. You weren't chattel slavery passed down as property with no sense of who you are. No, we ain't gonna. No, just because the Europeans don't know shit and didn't know how to treat us, that don't mean when they talk about slavery they get to lump everybody in with them. No, what y'all did need its own category. Slavery X. Don't compare that to nothing else, because that flattens slavery out when it shouldn't be flat. It's different versions, different nuances, different context to this shit. Everybody didn't do this shit the way they did it. No. When it comes to most white people, fuck them. When it comes to religions, Abrahamic religions, fuck them. This shit ain't do nothing special. Christianity gets as much credit for abolishing slavery as it gets for participating in it. If you don't want to give Christianity no participation trophy for slavery, who gives a fuck about what they ended or what they had a hand in? They can suck a dick. I don't give a fuck about that. I don't care about that. That don't move no black atheists. But that's the end of my presentation, y'all. I just talked for 5 hours and I still got 2 more hours in me. But how y'all know how black atheists get, man. But I'm gonna clip this up, but I know ain't nobody got 5 hours to sit through my rambling, and that's okay. But this video will always be here if you need it. Somebody's gonna need it. I wish I had it. This is not the be all end all to talking about slavery. I don't think I got everything right. I don't think I'm a monolith. I don't think I'm the primary source on all this information. But this is a good starting point. You can use me as like a stepping stone to get all the other knowledge and information. I can't tell you how many books I'm reading right now. So many at the same time. you know, and I made this. Listen, I have not slept. I put all my research together, put all my little PowerPoint slides together just to have something to go by. I could have did this. I didn't need the PowerPoint slide. I just wanted to have it for the people who want to see it on the screen. You know, seeing is believing type shit. It's not for me, it's for you. So you can have a reference back to it. You might want to come to back to a part of the video and like, you know what I'm saying? Just look at the words and shit. I don't know, but yeah. But no, you know, yeah. Slavery was a Christian institution, especially in America. You know. Yep. And I just want you to, you know what I'm saying? Think about that. Like, damn. So many black people out here lost, praising Jesus for no good reason. You see, they think they slick. Yeah. It's Black Atheist bedtime. They think they slick though. I say abolishing slavery that ain't enough. That wasn't enough. That wasn't enough. I'm not satisfied. I wasn't moved. Yeah. Yeah, I talked about them first. I brought them up first. I don't. What's up, bro? I don't think you weren't here when I that was the first one I brought up. Let me see if I can go back to it. I brought them up first though, Davion. I made sure to bring them up first. Hold up. It's right. Oh, I just passed it. Shit. Yeah, I brought them up first. So you'll have to go back and watch the beginning part of the video, but I made sure I brought them up too. I talked about both. A lot of people don't. That's what I was saying. Yeah, that was crazy. That was I swear to you. I was like, bro, how you gonna say everybody from like the first 16, 17, 18 centuries were not true Christians? That was crazy to me. 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 I thought the same. I was like, this is like I was laying in bed. I had woke up early in the morning and watched this video. I'm like damn, ain't nobody Christian according to this dude. Nobody was a real Christian. But you definitely speaking facts though. That motherfucker, no true Scotsman, his ass, like, oh my god, he beat that shit like a dead horse for real. He did. I just couldn't believe it. I was like, God damn. Man, you late. I ain't even made no thumbnail. I just said, fuck it, I'm finna press the red button. Nah, but yeah, man, Black Atheist. I'm about to roll out. Man, like I said earlier, go start over from the beginning. Man, I have 2 albums dropping same day, Juneteenth. No cap. We going big, bro. Yeah. You man, what? Come on, man. You know how Black Atheist do this shit. You know how I do this. But nah, bro. Man, it took me 5 hours. I thought I was gonna be done in like 2. I talk too fucking much. Man, I'm dropping another video tomorrow. Fuck it. Man, I'm talking about 2 of them bitches. I got two of them. You said 2 kids? I got 2 of them bitches dropping. Yeah, nigga. Oh God, that shit, man. I'm about to go stupid. Yeah. One of my songs. What I said, y'all, I swear to y'all, I wrote these lyrics. Nobody wrote this, no pen, no pad. I wrote this shit. But I know when y'all hear when y'all hear some of my songs, y'all gonna be like, ain't no way. But it's a way, nigga. I said, I said, the pain is running this course. I used to carry a cross. I dropped my cross for this sword. When it comes to Jesus Christ, you know I show no remorse. Hate to use the art of war, but any weapons get drawn. The strap in my palm, shoot to infinity and beyond. The Lord might pop up if I go wake the sheep in his farm. I spit nothing but the truth till I get tired and I yawn. All day with this shit preaching from dusk until dawn. Oh yeah, they ain't ready for that. They ain't ready for that. I said, you see the truth, you turn a blind eye, and I'm just trying to wake you up and get your mind right. Got niggas blacker than me praying to dead white guys. I got questions that'll have your mind racing. Like, how the fuck my oppressor gonna be the one to save me? How the fuck it's a blessing if this the way he made it? Why the fuck should I thank him if this what he created? Feel like I'm talking crazy? I know them Christians hate it. The Lord and Savior is a bitch if we get to talking slavery. The word of God get dismissed because all of that shit outdated. Ain't got no taste for that shit because the truth is all I'm craving. They feed us garbage daily. That's why we nauseated. It got my stomach aching off of custom. They ain't ready for that black atheist, nigga. They not ready about that. They ain't ready for that. They ain't ready for that black nigga. They ain't ready for that. I said, this is, man, just listen. Okay, I said, bitch, I blaspheme in your pool pit. I'm the black atheist. Christians ain't gonna fool with. Look me in the eye, see the fuse lit. My ancestor spirits I'm in tune with. Consciousness improving. Every second counts when it's time to let the truth in. This the house of God until the real niggas move in. Demons cave your roof in. Run up in your church just to spit in your communion. Christians say I'm ruthless. Wow. Man, let me get off here, man. Hey, the album dropping Juneteenth, man. Y'all listen. Come on, man. Man, come on, man. Black atheist rap, man. Nobody do this like me. But what I need to hold on, let me see. Do I got another one? Let me see. I said, man, matter of fact, listen. Since y'all, it's 19 people watching, I fuck with y'all. Hey, I fuck with y'all. I'm gonna play a little snippet. Just a little snippet. I can't let you hear too much. Let me see if I got the rough draft. I'm gonna play the rough draft so you don't hear the full version. Hold up. What this is? No, I can't let you hear that. That's the song. I don't want you to hear that one. I want that one to be. Hold on. Just listen. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Y'all gonna be like, damn, Black go crazy. I can't do nothing but go crazy. I can't do nothing but, man, I gotta get off this shit. But this shit be 6 hours long. I'm trying to let y'all hear this video though. This song. Damn. Hold up, this is fucking all right. All right, hold on, let me see. Oh nah, hold on, let me see. Wait. Let me see. I don't even want to play this. Hold up. Let's see. I'm gonna mute the mic. Hold up. All right, just a little snippet. Just a little. Wait. Just a little snippet. Just a little bit now. Hold on. This not the full version. This is just a rough version of the song. Just listen to my boy. Listen to your boy. Hold up. All right, that's it. I can't let you no more. But nah, hey, listen. I can't let you hear too much. But nah, that verse, that song right there. That song is I wrote like some of these songs. I wrote this shit in one day. Like, you hear the beat, you say what you gotta say. Easy money. Some of this shit I wrote it in one day. It took me no time. But yeah, no, some of this shit hard. I got some fucking hitters. I got collaborations. You gonna be like, who are these folks? Yeah, nigga, I know people too, nigga. Black atheist, stand up, nigga. Oh my God. Man, I gotta. All right. One more. I said, I remember it was all nice. Used to praise all day. Worship God. I remember it was all right. No. What'd I say? I remember it was all nice. Used to praise all day. Worship God all night. As a kid, they told me Jesus came and paid it all. I found the truth. Now I treat the Bible like it's all hype. I was rock bottom. Now I'm standing up like Paul White. Paul White is the Big Show. So I'm like, I was rock bottom, the rock. Now I'm standing up, Paul White. I said, I was rock bottom. Now I'm standing up like Paul White. All the good dogs barking heaven, bitch, I'm all bite. It's on sight. This evil can't win if we all fight. Who the fuck wrong if all the prophets think they all right? Damn, fam, tell me you ain't living right. Knowledge make me Superman. They treat me like I'm kryptonite. What you? Nah, I ain't gonna say the rest. All right, okay, I'm through. Okay. Damn. I've been live for 5 hours and 30 fucking minutes. All right, y'all. We're gonna do like this right here. I'm gonna wrap it up. But it's your boy Bars. And I'm back in this bitch with this hot shit. Fuck your God, cause he not shit. All right. So try to go back and watch the video if you can. If you can't, just take your time, and I'm gonna try my best to like put the chapters and the sections on it so it'll be easier to digest because it's 5 hours. So bear with your boy. I'm gonna try to do my best to like chop it up, make clips out of it, post it, But yeah, man. I appreciate y'all. Black atheists love y'all. I do this shit, man. We do this shit. Before I made, you gotta understand though. Before a nigga made money off YouTube, I've been doing 10-hour streams, making a dime, not making nothing. I still do that. That's why every time I go live, I'm deep in 6, 7, 8 hours, nigga. Go look at my last stream. That bitch was 10 hours long. I do this. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing to black. Nothing to black atheists. Easy. It's shit nothing. It's easy money. I do this live streaming shit. You hear me? But that's the end of my rant. It's the end of my live stream. Okay. Have you ever seen a pig fly? Hey man, go follow me on TikTok. If you got TikTok, go hit that up. Man, your boy I'm at 14,000 on TikTok. I'm different. different on TikTok, nigga. Niggas different. They come on, man. Come on, man. Hey, that TikTok a different ball game. No fucking cap, nigga. Hold up. Hey, go fuck with black atheists. Yo, I'm the real one, not the chill one. Okay. Make sure y'all follow me on TikTok and Instagram, cause I go ham. Give a fuck about your fam. Martin like pants. Hey, I'm the one to speak the truth. I'm the one to speak the truth to the youth. That's my shit, nigga. That's just what I do. Don't get confused with these losers. I'm the motherfucker when they choose. All right, let me show my fucking screen like I'm just living in the dream like y'all in this bitch. I want the team like yo. Remove this bitch. Niggas talking, lose that trick. I ain't mean to do that. I'm trying to show y'all my TikTok before I leave off. Yeah, man, go follow Black Ladies on TikTok. I'm the one with the gun. Yo. Okay. I remember it was all right. Yeah, I'm gonna show y'all my last video I just made right here. And I'm gonna get off. Every different group, every different ethnicity, every different culture, every different tribe has their own myth, their own mythology, their own creation story, their own spiritual practices. So the real issue is not groups of people practicing their mythology and worshiping their gods and shit. That ain't the issue. The real issue comes when one group's culture become history for everybody else, becomes the culture for everybody else. That is the issue. I don't want us hating the mythology and the gods and the cultures and the spiritual practices that come from tribes and people groups like the Zulu, the Bantu, the Igbo, the Yoruba, while simultaneously praising and worshiping the gods that come from the Greek and the Roman and the Israelites. Hating yourself or demonizing your own forms of worship, your own deification, and replacing it with the deification of everybody else's culture. That's the fucking problem. You know more about the spiritual practices of Jews and Romans than you do African tribes, African groups. The places, the areas, the peoples, the tribes we come from have been demonized, have been seen as unholy in place of this other shit, this white shit. You got black people saying Jesus was black. Jesus, like, you can't make this shit up. You got black people saying we the Israelites, that's us. You got black people saying Christianity was created in Africa. You got black people saying we are not African. Like, all of this shit go together. At the end of the day, whether you like it or not, Judaism is not ours. Christianity is not ours. Islam is not ours. This is not our mythology. This is not our culture. These are not our gods. If you gonna be spiritual, if you gonna worship a god, if you gonna deify a culture, deify the culture where your people originated from. That's all I'm saying. That's it. Yeah, damn. Damn. Okay, that's it. I just wanted to show my little TikTok a little bit. But yeah, man, y'all make sure y'all like shit. Make sure y'all tune, like the video, subscribe. Yeah, support the channel. Watch this stream back. I love y'all. Black atheist. Cause I'm tired of this whole thing.